Man. Yep. We back. We back. That's right. It's Tuesday. It's time. The hell's my pen? Alright. There it is. There it is. What's up, guys? Good morning. Hello. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. It is indeed Tuesday. A brand new day. Very exciting day, honestly. Hold on. I forgot to write my Instagram going live story. Let's see. I need the going live, the whatever, the sticker. You can put links in Instagram now. Hey, that's pretty cool. Twitch.tv/EvanBlairArt. That's my channel, right? I think so. I hope so. Okay. And post. Share. Done. Sick. Who needs to post on Twitter, right? Good morning, guys. Good to see you. Hello, hello, hello. I missed y'all. Hope you had a good weekend. Hope you're chilling, relaxing. What's up, guys? Good morning, Sabine. Hello, how are you? Good morning, Cookie Mon Steven of the East. No, West. You're west of me. Of the West. Sorry. There we go. Right direction. What's up, Brooklyn? What's going on? How you doing, Ernesto? Entities, welcome back from Ren Fair. Hope there's stories. Vixen, hello, good morning. What's up, Cass? What's up, Jam? How's the arm? The arm is very sore. It's very, very sore. Yeah, I went for my first round of like proper physio on it yesterday and was humbled by how weak, how necessary the physio is. So yeah, it was good. It's pretty bad. I'll admit it's pretty rough. It's sore, but I've got a bunch of exercises for it. Bunch of things I can do, things I need to like add to my routine of, you know, when you're trying to be a healthy artist, you're trying to sit up straight, when you're trying to make your eye ergonomics good, your posture ergonomics good, all that kind of stuff. Take care of your health. I try and like be on top of everything, and I got one more thing to add to that now. I got arm exercises that I got to do midway through the stream, and yeah, I got a couple of bands of like stretchy tension band things that I need to do little exercises for, things like that. But you know, it's great. I'm glad I got in. I have a path forward. Doesn't look like I'm gonna have, you know, carpal tunnel surgery issues. Everyone thinks that like wrist, finger, arm, hand pain is all carpal tunnel, but no, not for me. For me, it was muscular, looks like. So yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I might go for a little stick, a little poke in my arm and get this cool thing done called a PRP injection that should help out with some things. I don't know if it'll work or not. I don't know if it'll help or not, but you know what? We'll see. I'll give it a try. We'll see what's up. It'd be really funny to post the PE link on your going live into Instagram story without context. I am never letting Instagram know that PE exists. That is nope, never. Nope. They don't get to know. They don't ever get to know. Nope. I don't care. I don't care what they have to say. They're never going to find that channel ever. None of you are going to find that channel ever. You don't know it's my secret alt channel. You have no idea. No one ever told you, right? Yeah, what's up, Charm? What's going on, man? We're chilling, bro. We got some concept art we got to do today for a request from Coffee for the lovely Peerless Sabine. So I got to do that. We got to create all the merfolk for the Azael in Eldara. But I have a very exciting announcement. One of the biggest, honestly. Now, here's the thing. It's one of those things where it's very exciting to me. I had yesterday a big, I'm not going to say turning point, but evolution of the Evan Blair art. You know, me taking my art seriously as a real artist. I had a big evolution, a big investment was made into what I'm doing and the shit that I LARP as. Pretty big chance, pretty big dare, pretty big investment. And although it's one of those things that maybe y'all, you know, don't really care about, some of you are gonna, you know, whatever. But I did it. I did it. Yep. I finally did it. Yo, cross the streams, dude. What's up? Thanks for the 40 months. How you doing, bro? Thank you for that. I appreciate the sub. I appreciate the sub this month more than you know. All right. So I did it. I went and bought it. Where is it? Where is it? Wait, there it is. Oh, can't see it. Okay, right there. Right there. That is a $2,000 printer. Yep, that's $2,000 printer. Oh, I'm scared. What does it do? What does it do better than what I currently have? What better than my $1,000 printer? Why is the $2,000 printer exciting? It's exciting for two reasons. One, I can print now archival grade giclée prints. Giclée is a fancy French word for prints that are fancier, right? So I can print fine art, fancy giclée prints that are archival grade that won't fade in, like the prints that you guys have now of my work are great. They'll last you your lifetime, right? The fine art giclée prints will last lots of lifetimes. They will be hundreds of years into the future and still good. Samurai, holy shit, thank you for the tier 3 for 48 months, 4 whole years. Dude, you got a new sub badge. Look at it. Look at the little dragon right there. Holy shit, you got the gold dragon. Oh my god, man. Dude, Penguin, jeez, you too, man. Thank you for the 52 months. Guys, tier 2, I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the subs. Boy, do I appreciate the subs this month, because I just went ham. So, yeah, so that lets me print bigger as well. Bigger in that I can print 17 inches wide instead of 13 inches wide. That's pretty good, man. You know? But I'm still limited by paper, by sheets, by whatever. Well, maybe. Because I bought the paper roll unit as well. Yep. I bought the $2,000 printer and I bought the $300 paper thingy too. So, yeah, man, I'll be able to print big boy prints. All right, big boy, long, fancy prints. Yep, anything that I do. I haven't actually taken this out of the box yet. It's pretty big. Oh god. All right, well, you can sit there for a minute. So,
an anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Stream Elements.
Bro, thanks for the sub. Jeez, you guys are popping on, man. I don't deserve it, but thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the gifted sub to Stream Elements. So Stream Elements now too can post. I don't know, what does getting a sub let you do for a bot? I don't know. We're never getting away from paper unless you find another way to wipe your bum. Exactly. B-Town gets it. I think anyway. B-Town's lurking, so I'm not sure where that came from, if it was really B-Town saying it or just... I don't know. We get an unboxing video on YouTube. You want an unboxing video for a printer spool roll? I don't think anyone wants to see me unbox it. I can do an ASMR printer spool holder unboxing, but I need to figure out where to put it because that printer is huge and it takes the entire length of the desk, and this spool feeder thingy is also huge and will make it even larger. So yeah, man, what that means is that I can do big prints. So for instance, this will be my first fancy like numbered art print series will actually be this piece right here. It is the most important sort of like title painting I've done for the Realms of Eldara, and it will be available in 17 by 32-ish inches. So that's huge. That's a huge print. 17 inches is like, you know, it's like a foot is like about that, and then 17 inches like maybe like that-ish or so, around there. So 17 by 32 inches. It's gonna be huge. This means I can also print battle maps for the Realms of Eldara adventures. This means I can print all kinds of stuff. I can print on canvas now. I can actually print canvas prints of very cool things and do like a canvas stretched art thingy or whatever once a year if I want to, because God knows I'm not stretching canvas fairly often. That's just a pain in the ass. So dude, what's up, Greg? You need a big portal print. Well, they'll be available in my print store probably this week. Actually, I don't know, because I'm waiting on my paper to arrive. I don't know. I don't know when it'll get here. Now I'm thinking about it. It should get here early this week, so I should be able to have them for bringing. So I'll have probably like 2 for the expo. The problem is I don't know if I can print or bring the big ones where I'm going to put them, how I'm going to display them. So I might do a big portal and a big dragon as my first sort of like fine art, whatever fantasy print. How big is this? This is 15 by 25. So yeah, I could do this as well. I could do this full size as well. Do this by 17 by 27 inches. So even bigger dragon as well. That's dope. It's dope. It's all cool. So yeah, new prints. This is gonna start. So why does this matter to me so much? This is going to start the new next era of me taking my art very seriously. Okay, I am not interested personally in creating crappy posters. And when I say crappy posters, I mean that with love and affection. Lots of artists make posters that are like, 25 cents to print and they sell them for $20 at conventions. That's great. That's fine if you want to do that. For me, I really like making fine art prints for my work. So this is going to be, and I know they're more expensive than regular posters because it costs me like $15 just for the paper and shit like that, and the ink and printer or whatever. So it's well, for small fraction. For big ones, I have no idea what the paper cost is, but it's going to be unholy regardless. This is very exciting for me. So I'm going to be taking my art a lot more seriously as far as like how I'm going to treat my prints. They're going to last for hundreds of years. They're archival, whatever, museum grade, all this shit. The quality, you shouldn't notice much of, like the quality of my previous printers was really, really good. So the quality shouldn't be an increase, like a noticeable increase, because the last printer I had is by no means a bad printer. It was $1,000 fucking printer. It's just the different type of ink. So this is a pigment ink versus a dye based ink. So yeah, man, I'm very excited. This is really cool. I'm making some dope ass prints, making big ass print series. I can print big ass prints. I can do cool ass load landscapes and really stretch and expand. Oh, I'm excited, man. This is so fucking cool. So yeah, those will be up on the print store. I'll make a big deal of it. Samurai, the cards are, yes. So the cards are going to happen about the same time. As soon as I get the print stuff, I can just make them, right? The cards will be made on that printer because I wanted to wait to actually print the cards until I had the archival printer that will make sure the cards last for 1,000 years. So, well, more like 500 years, but whatever. So the cards will be available pretty soon too. The one thing that's keeping me sort of like a little bit confused or a little bit hesitant on the cards is because of the tariffs. And I don't know if my cards will also count towards art that I can send tariff free to the US, or if the Americans are going to have to pay a tariff, which would really fucking suck. Because if people are buying like, a $100 box of cards or whatever, you're gonna pay $35 on top of that just for the tariff. That sucks. So I don't know what to do about it. It feels really bad. I know there's a lot of my customers, my print customers are American, which really fucking sucks. So I don't know. The cards, I am planning basically on just doing it anyway. And then I don't know when I'm going to get pre-orders, whatever, this or that. I might hold stuff on reserve for people for a month and see if the tariffs die down or something. I don't know. I don't really know. I think, though, Ella says with almost certainty that I can ship art. That art is exempt from the tariffs. Her dice, by the way, are screwed. If you bought dice from her and you're getting an advent calendar or whatever, she's paying $1 billion to send that. It's like $50 per set she has to mail down to the US. So dice are screwed. She might not be even selling dice to the US for the rest of the year. I don't know. But for my stuff, for art, supposedly it's exempt, which is awesome. What I don't know is if random packs of art cards are exempt too. So I don't know. All right, let me catch up. Question about comms in YouTube chat from John. Wait, what? Hold up. Let's see. Are you taking new commissions? What is the general queue for commissions? Oh, John. So, So people can get me to draw things one of two ways. So either Coffee, which is a website that you can sort of place orders on, and that is a request style commission. So basically you tell me a very vague basic idea of your character and I make up a new design. There's no revisions, no approvals, no whatever. You just, if those are for people who are looking for a brand new design for me, who don't have a lot of specific details in mind, who just say, hey man, I want a Goliath barbarian with, you know, horns sticking out of his head and, you know, a cool mustache. And you're like, all right, cool. And then I make a design based off of that. They're a lot less expensive than my regular commissions because they're request based. I don't have to worry about getting approvals and doing back and forth and stuff like that. And those are, I have open pretty frequently. If you want something like a proper formal commission, a big, you know, big piece with all the revisions, we work together for the whole thing, that commission sort of like queue wait list is like 8 months long right now. So I'm not accepting anybody else new onto it in the foreseeable future. So that's not, unfortunately, something that I have open. But the coffee commissions, I have a fairly regular openings on there. I was also thinking about that somebody requested on, like, I think it was Instagram, that I add large, like, full-scale characters to my coffee commissions. And I don't know if people would be interested in that. I'd definitely do it at like a heavily discounted rate from my regular sort of commission rate of a full character, because if it's a request style thing, I just get to like make the character myself entirely, you know, then I don't have to worry about emailing back and forth and whatever. I can probably do it at a pretty heavy discount, but I don't know if people, it would still probably be like $350 to $400. I don't know if people want to pay that much for a request style commission. Some people would. I don't know. So I might be adding that into my coffee after I get through some of the Eldar related things. So if that's something you're interested in, that might be something in the future. But yeah, thanks for letting me know, Cass. Take care, Jam. The big prints are probably better sellers at conventions, and your last one is super soon. Yeah, so, well, the big prints, most of the prints that I sell at conventions are the 8.5 by 11 size. Most people like that size. For some reason, the 13 by 19, people see it, and a lot of them say stuff along the lines of, either that's too big for what I'm looking for, or too expensive or whatever. So I don't know if people would want the giant prints. But maybe I'll see. I'll print off probably like maybe two or three different prints and bring them with me. Part of the problem is these prints need to be shipped rolled, so it's on a slightly different paper. It's the same sort of like grade of paper. It's just slightly thinner, so I can roll it properly. And they need to be shipped very delicately in poster tubes. So I couldn't I'd have to have a couple of tubes and the prints with me, and I'd have to be taking rolled poster tubes of these prints with me to conventions. And that's like kind of annoying to not be able to have them lay flat or whatever. So yeah, that's tough. That's annoying. So I probably will have some at conventions, but not that many. We'll see. I don't know. They'll also be a lot more expensive because these are like an elevation in my prints that I think a lot of people aren't used to seeing. Like in the fine art world, everyone expects to get a print of a painting, a fine art, a giclée print, whatever, a very high-end print. It's like, oh, $200-$300. That's like normal people like that. My prints aren't going to be anywhere near that expensive. I'm not worried about it. I think they're going to be about $100 for the big ones. But the problem is that at conventions, people are very used to buying prints for, $3 or $20 each, 3 for $50. If they're larger, maybe $25 each, and 3 for $70 or something like that. So I don't sell a ton of prints at conventions. If I were to go to conventions on my own, it wouldn't be worth it. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't go there to sell prints. I don't sell enough prints to make it worth it. Because I'm there with Ella already, then yeah, it's worth it. It's awesome, for sure. So I don't really anticipate, the kind of stuff that I do is not really popular at conventions. A lot of people aren't looking for original art. They want fan art of things that they know and love, and that's totally cool. And they also want stuff that's like affordable posters they can just pin on their wall or whatever. I don't know what people do with their art they buy at conventions. So I don't expect or anticipate to really do all that well at conventions with even the bigger size prints or the giclée prints. I don't think people are going to care about that, to be honest. Not the convention crowd, but that doesn't stop me from wanting to do it, because I don't want to lower the quality standard of the work that I do and the prints that I make just to appeal to a larger market. That's not something I'm interested in. So I ain't too worried about that, Entities, hello, man. What's up, bro? Thanks for the curse, Entity. Appreciate that. Thanks for cursing the stream. Yeah, thanks, man. Yep. Driving up to Alberta to pick up some tariff-free prints. I mean, you know, there is that, right? I suppose if somebody wants to order $1,000 of Realms of Eldara cards, I could meet them at the border. It's like a, what, 4-hour drive from me? That's fine. You know? Sad to hear on the full commissions, but thanks for the response speed. My dream to see my character brought to life by you. Your art is incredible. Oh, thanks, John. I appreciate that. I'm enjoying seeing your art. Gotta shoot my shot. If I was willing to wait 8 months, can I fit into that queue? So the problem is I don't like booking projects out 8 months from now for a couple reasons. One, what if I get sick, injured, whatever, like my arm put me back a couple of months in commission queue, things like that. And even though I said to some people, hey, I'm booking real late, I'm hoping for around 16 weeks, but it could be longer. And then I, have to add an extra 8 weeks onto that because I injured my arm. I still message people and they were like a little bit upset. They're like, oh God. I'm like, I told you it might be a lot longer than that. And they're like, I'm still mad. I'm like, but you said you're okay waiting. And they're like, yeah, but I'm still mad. So I've had enough bad experiences that in general, it's easier for me not to book that far ahead. It also is kind of like, what if I have other opportunities that I want to jump into or dive into or chomp into, Eldar related stuff, published projects which have kind of popped up. I don't want to be stuck, hold on to like, oh God, I got to finish my commissions for whatever, so then I can get to the projects that I want to do. I'd be fine again, still pushing projects down the road, but then it's like, what if it's more like 12 months? Then that sucks and people are really upset about it. So I don't really like to book projects out that long in advance, to begin with at all. So unfortunately, as much as I would really, really love to do a character for you, I just can't add on to an already 8-month queue. Unfortunately, I'm really sorry about that. But
that's the no barnacle law stream curse.
Yes.
Followed by the
okay.
Superscript 1.
Got it. That's because I didn't do Bionicle stream. Hey, listen. What did I say, Entities? When did I promise to do a Bionicle lore stream? That's right, on the partner subathon. Do you see a partner badge on my channel? I don't. So I can't do anything for you, man. I'm right here with you. I would love to do that during the subathon, but I can't do the subathon until I get partnered. So what are we gonna do, man? I don't know. It's tough for both of us here. We're both suffering from it. So thanks 100 bits, Entities. I appreciate it, man. Seriously. All right. So yeah, printer stuff, exciting. Also, dope ass thing happened. So Ella Blackwood, Lady Ella Blackwood, Ella is actually going to be in her first ever retail space as Blackwood Dice permanently, or well, an indefinite permanent retail space, I guess, as long as she wants to be there anyway. She got accepted and / invited, I guess, more of an invitation than an acceptance, into a local store. There's a couple of them. It's an Alberta thing, I think. Maybe it's the Western Canada thing. But they are stores that basically you can sort of like rent out like store space, like shelf space for your own products. And so she was invited into that. They said, hey, we love what you do. Wonder if you want to go, whatever. They do really well. Those stores are very busy. And I know a couple of artists around town that do really well at those stores. So yeah, so she's thinking of, she's very busy. We've got like, she's figuring out packaging for it and display stand stuff and trying to get her inventory, because they said, yeah, we might have a spot for you if you would like to like come in and be part of the store sometime later on this year. And she's like, oh, that's awesome for sure. And they're like, oh, somebody moved out, how about Friday? And she's like, I guess, yeah, so she is scrambling. She is doing 2 a.m.s days all week and probably all next week until we hit Edmonton Expo. So yeah, but that's really cool, man. It's really exciting. It's really a big move. Ella's had an insane year for Blackwood Dice. People have been really supportive of her projects. She's been making some incredible dice. She's had a lot of attention on her. She's becoming locally a little, well known. So it's really cool to have like that extra thing, like to have, obviously she has her online store and she does very well there doing drops and stuff, but it is cool just to have an extra like like area or whatever of like official, you know.
4/5, 1/10, 5/8, 5/6.
Did it just not even want to?
17 dot inverted exclamation.
What? Wait, what? What? Did you just break Brian, entities? Bro. I swear to God, if TTS is broken for the rest of the stream, I'm gonna, maybe I'll actually VIP you, I don't know. Shit, wait, I said this quiet part out loud. Thanks to 420 bits, entities. Even if you broke Brian, that's okay. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the... I think TTS did just crash out. I'm pretty sure he did just destroy it single-handedly. So, good job. That's impressive, actually. I don't think you could do that, so... So I respect that. Nice to see you talking about your process and your clients. Can't book yourself years out and then miss a bigger opportunity. Yeah, well, it's always just a matter of wanting to not stuff too much and commit too much into like commissions are very fortunately for me a very small part of my like income and sort of art business. So, you know, I never want commissions to take up more than like 25% of what I'm doing at any given time. And so if I book too far and then have a couple of things drop in my lap that I want to do, then it's like make people wait, and it feels bad and disrespectful to make them wait. So yeah, that's what it is right now, unfortunately. And I really do appreciate people asking me to draw the characters for them. It really is a deep honor, but that's why I still have coffee available. So if people really want a character, you know, concept or whatever, and then they're okay with it not being a full formal commission that's costs like $800 or whatever, then they can just get a character portrait or whatever. So I try and have slots for those pretty often. But all right. So, Ella Celebration Taco Money. Oh, okay, that was just for Ella for Taco Bell. Okay, all right. Got it. Did you just break TTS?
So you're doing the law stream sometime soon, right? No. Okay, inverted exclamation mark inverted x.
Bro, what's that lag? Did you actually just break TTS? Oh my god. I think Entities broke TTS. I didn't know you could do that. I'm impressed, actually. Thanks for 130 bits, though, Entities. What the fuck, man? All right. So. All right. So. We have, today, some very important projects. We're going to finish, probably try and get the piece done for the request from Steve later on. We got the Azael concept development for Sabine, and also actually before I get into it, so let me do some warm up and get some hairstyles done. So last night I started something that I was very nervous to start, but last night I had my very first little meeting session, whatever, with my little peepos, with my art students, my little peepo art students. So Miniful and Alf, actually, we had our first little session. We had our first little mentorship session, and it went very well. I think they were happy, they were pleased, they learned a lot, hopefully, and I sent them off into the ether. So I gave them a little project to work on this week, and we started that whole thing. And it's cool, man. It's intimidating to have, you know, like people trusting you and looking up to you or needing your guidance and your whatever. And I'm kind of nervous about it, I'll be honest, because I don't want to lead them astray. I really don't want to lead them astray. And I've never like had to like I don't know, the idea of pushing art students and trying to help them like learn and get better and improve or whatever, it's a really important, deep, and like challenging you know, responsibility. And I'm kind of nervous. I'm actually very nervous that I'll do something wrong and lead them astray or overwork them. Like I can underwork them and not give them sort of like a realistic kind of like, I don't know what the right word is, but a realistic expectation on how much work they have to actually do. And I can sort of be too easy on them, and it's like, oh, you know, just like work as you feel like it, like no pressure, you got other stuff to do. And that's not going to do them any favors, because like realistically, if you want to be a professional, you have to work insane hours. Like a lot of people don't understand the time that goes into being like proficient at art. It's ridiculous, man. The hours are just like, it's competitive as hell, and it's fun, and it looks awesome, and it is. But it's an insane amount of time of like just monotonous grinding towards different like tools and traits and whatever that you're learning. And I don't want to ever set the expectation for them that they can just sort of like coast through that. And I don't want to, and they will need me to push them. That's one of the things that you do as a mentor is you are there in some ways to create a culture of pushing your art students. And so I need to do that, and I will do that. And I'm afraid that I won't push them enough and they won't get anything. Or if you push them too much, then they give up. You know, a lot of people who wanted to be artists, who had really great kind of like stories of passion and whatever, have always wanted to be an artist. A lot of them have a bad experience, they quote. A lot of them say something along the lines of like, oh, I had this instructor in high school that, you know, was way too cruel and the critique was whatever. And even in art school, once you get to the point where you're deciding that you're going to be professional, like, and you actually go to art school, a lot of people that were in my class dropped out. Like the program I was in was a very competitive program. It's one of, if not maybe the best program in Canada for what kind of like concept art video game stuff. Maybe it's like one of like 3 you could say, but it's definitely not like overshadowed by anything too much. It was very, very difficult. Like we had, it has like a 1 in 7 acceptance rate. So for 70 people that apply, 10 people get in. And like, I didn't even get accepted my first run. I got on the wait list and then managed to get a slot. But I was like at the bottom of the barrel. I wasn't even on the list for when I got in. But when I was told that there was a slot that opened up for me because of wait list, and I was like thrilled and whatever. But then also within that, it was something like a 50% graduation rate. Like from all the students that joined in their second year of school to the point where they graduated at 4th year, like half the students dropped out during that time. So it's incredibly demanding, incredibly grueling. And a lot of people have stories of like wanting to be, you know, professional and then giving up because it was too whatever. It was too demanding in some ways. Or like a lot of people say they couldn't handle the critique part, because in critique, they roast you, they destroy you, they shred you up to pieces. And I think that they're a little mean. A lot of, you know, instructors aren't great leaders and they don't really understand how to do a proper critique. They just think like, oh, if you can't take it, the world's going to be a mean place, so I'm going to let all the students be mean and, you know, whatever, they're just being fair and all this kind of stuff. And it's like okay, sure, like, fine, make that assumption, I guess, whatever. The problem is at the end of the day, if you don't like police the students, they won't police themselves and it'll turn into some weird like shit. Definitely did in my grade. And people would drop out because of that. Because the critiques were too hard, because the whole program was too grueling, because everything was just too stressful. And so you can push an art student too far and ruin their passion. And so I definitely don't want to do that. I want to be like, I want to thread the needle and do the exact amount of pushing that I need to do to stress them out enough where they are, you know, where they're able to sort of like break down that mental muscle fiber and build stronger muscles in more or less stronger skills. And that's important because, again, if you're not stressing your art peepos out, then you're not doing a good job for them. At the same time, I could do too far and I could either make them hate me, one, or even worse, potentially kill their passion for making art. So I'm trying my absolute hardest, but they've responded really well. They've been very like earnest about like, yeah, whatever you need, like let's go, man. I'm starting them off pretty like a little bit probably lighter than maybe they'd want me to, just to ease them into the process. But I'm really going to hopefully learn a lot about how to properly like mentor and train young artists, because I think it's important. This all comes from a conversation I had with an art director I had years ago, where she's like kind of kept up on me a little bit, and she's kind of like, you know, kept in touch here and there. I'll get a message from her. Well, she'll like check in on my art and be like, hey, you know, you're doing really well or whatever. Like, I noticed you're doing this or that. Very encouraging. She doesn't need to either. Like, we're not friends and we're not colleagues anymore, but she still sort of checks up on me, which is really nice. But she said at one point in time last year, about this time last year, maybe November, December, she said, why aren't you teaching? And I was like, because I'm not good enough to teach. What do you mean? She's like, I didn't ask that. If you think you're good enough, I asked you why you weren't teaching. I'm like, because I don't know. She's like, exactly. It's your moral responsibility to teach. It's your moral responsibility as an artist to teach. And not every artist feels that responsibility, nor should you be made to feel it. Whatever, it's your own life. You do what you want, boss. But it's the kind of thing where if every artist who could get paid more to just do their work than teach decided to do that and not teach, then we wouldn't have new artists. No one would be learning. Because YouTube, if you think you can learn from YouTube, man, I'm sorry. The self-taught community, I got a lot of mad respect, But the fact that that we as a self-taught, because even though I went to school, most of my development was self-taught, it still is self-taught. If you don't know what is damaging information, YouTube is not the place to go. It is so dangerous for a young art student to go to. You can do more harm than good by using YouTube for tutorials, and people don't realize that until it's like too late, kind of thing, and they've built bad habits and whatever. So, you know, we got to be real careful about that. But it's like, besides that, like, if without YouTube or without people teaching and trying to help other artists grow and learn and teach what they know, even if they're not experts, then we lose our skill. We lose it forever. So I'm trying to take that responsibility very seriously. I'm trying to do a very good job for my art peepos, and hopefully they don't hate me for it. Hopefully they find it very fun. But they're amazing. They're both super enthusiastic and willing to work and grind for it. And I think that I selected two very good art students to be my first like round of mentees. Yeah, it's fun, man. It's fun. It feels like it's very gratifying. It's very meaningful work, I think. Ruthlessness is not inherently a good critique, but ruthlessness is mercy upon yourself, unfortunately. No, I mean, like that. So what happened in critique, though, is when you don't understand critique, and this is why I said the art instructors were bad leaders, because a lot of times you'd have the cliques bullying each other. So I was really hated by a lot of people when I was in art school. You know, I was your fat, awkward nerd that wanted to watch anime and talk about StarCraft 2 and World of Warcraft and stuff. So a lot of people like disliked me because of that, just like regular high school bullying shit. But a lot of people really didn't like me because I missed a lot of school, and they thought that I was slacking or wasn't taking it seriously or being lazy or whatever. And I didn't ever want to tell people that I was going through some really dreadful medical issues, because it's not like when you're going through something tough, it really sucks when people remind you about it. Like, hey, how you feeling today, bud? It's like, what? Why? Well, because that terrible thing you're trying not to think about all the time. You're like, oh, yeah, I don't know, I'm okay, you know? Or they'll kind of walk on eggshells. Like, if I told people, like, yeah, I spent the entire weekend in the hospital, or I had a dangerous surgery last summer. How was your summer? Then people are kind of like, ooh, they kind of like, I didn't want that. It was easier for a bunch of people to think I was lazy and kind of hate me than it was to like have everyone like whatever doting. So I got trashed in critique. People were like, they hated me, and they wanted to make sure that I knew it during critiques. But if you give, you know, fair criticism, brutal and pretty unfair criticism, and it just turns into kind of cliquey bullying, the art instructors that aren't aware of this happening, they're just kind of like, oh yes, good point, yeah, Evan, you could have pushed your anatomy harder here, you could have done whatever better, you could have, like, you know what I mean? The art instructors that never picked up on that, they were real bad team leaders, right? So a lot of them, though, they aren't like supposed to be good leaders. They're just artists that got picked up to be instructors because they're technically able to teach the skill, but they're not really good instructors or leaders. So critique can be really bad. I'd like to think and hope it's better now, but I don't know. Maybe it's just as bad as it was, and everyone's just still dropping out because ruthless critique is not, like you said, inherently useful. Brutal critique, like, the problem is that one of these things that you have to always understand about advice or criticism, and especially as an artist, is never take criticism from somebody who doesn't have your best self-interest in mind or isn't in a place where you want to be. Right? Never take advice or criticism from people that don't want to see you succeed. And so in critique, it's like, if the other students just want to shit on you and whatever, they don't want to see you succeed. So, you know, what are you doing listening to them, right? They're not giving you anything useful. They're just trying to be brutal and shit on you and whatever. So, yeah, it's tough, man. It's really tough to try and figure out how to properly critique and give criticism and take it and whatever. And oh man, it's a difficult endeavor. It really is. I'm going to try and give good feedback and critique to the little art peepos, which obviously Minnie and Alf aren't like little brand new peepos, but it's just fun to refer to them as my art peepos. Went to college for art a few years ago, and a lot of classmates left halfway through because they didn't like being told how to draw, which always sounded odd to me. Yeah, I mean, that's also kind of it, is that if you're going somewhere where people aren't like extremely serious, and you look around where like there's a lot of people who just like kind of don't want to be told what to do, they just want to like express themselves, whatever that means, then that's, you know, that's tough to be around as well, because that's an environment that doesn't really foster a lot of like improvement. And like I've decided that the single most important thing for improving as an artist is consistency. And I've said that, but I found the second single most important thing for an artist is culture and environment. If you're surrounded by a group of friends or a group of artists that aren't trying very hard, it will infect you. It will seep into your veins. If it's normal in your group of friends that all want to be air quote professionals, for them to work for a couple of hours a day and then go play League of Legends, like, you got to get out of that, man, as soon as possible, like ASAP. Being in a bad culture environment, and you can love these friends, but like if they're like, yeah man, I really want to be a serious artist, and you're like, great, so we're all spending 6 hours a day on fundamentals and then 3 hours a day on our actual professional like artwork, and they're like, no, we're spending 8 hours a day trying to get our commission queue caught up. It's like, you don't want it bad enough. And if you're surrounded by people like that, you got to get the fuck away from them like your life depends on it, because in some ways it literally does. Even if these are your friends, by the way, your idiot friends that you love playing League with or talking about like art and stuff with, it's okay to have them. It's just you got to sort of like box them away in a way, you know? So being part of a school like that's probably pretty tough. All you like is giving harsh truths, then your harshness is no more than truth. Wait, harsh is more than truth. How to communicate what they need is a skill. For real, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. What are your thoughts on the self-taught complication in draw steal, and will you be using it on Endrick? If we are playing a draw steal game at some point in time or converting in our little campaign, absolutely. If Ulner's running a draw steal campaign, I'm not going to be able to play in 3 campaigns though, so I don't know. So if the only way for us to play draw steal is for Ulner to run a game, I'm going to tap out. Playing more than 1 game a week is going to be a challenge for me. I need to always prioritize Eldara, so if I can only play 1 game a week, I'm gonna have to prioritize Eldara, but I really want to play in our campaign that we're playing in and run my Eldara game if I can. But if I have to play a 3rd time a week for draw steal, I'm unfortunately not gonna be able to do it. As much as I would love to play an Ulner's campaign, I would adore playing an Ulner's campaign, but I can't commit 3 days a week to D&D, not right now. Maybe like in the winter hum of like January, February, and I would love to, but I assume Ulner's going to run the campaign sooner than that. So yeah, but I will absolutely, if I get a chance to play draw steal, if you decide to switch over to draw steal, Ashy, I will 100% be playing a self-taught fighter. I taught myself how to swing the sword my own. Is that why you're bad? Yes, but that's why you should feel bad for me and hire me anyway. I don't think this really has anything to do with fighters anymore, does it, Evan? Not really, no. Some of the best critical advice I ever got from a student teacher was, remember your goal when critiquing someone's work is to try and help them make it better. If that isn't your goal, you aren't critiquing in a constructive way, no matter how truthful you are. That's very true. Yeah, that's extremely true. A lot of people try and they use critique as an opportunity to feel accomplished, right? Like, for instance, I've never seen in my anecdotal experience of being on the internet for my entire life, and also streaming for 5 years and making videos for the past year, 8 months or whatever, is I've never once seen someone offer unsolicited critique that was actually good at art. I've never once seen it, not even once. Every time that I've seen unsolicited critique issued from somebody to another person, or for somebody to me in a video, clicking on their profile, seeing the kind of art they make, I've never been impressed by a person that does that. I have never once seen a really good artist giving unsolicited, unrequested critique. So a lot of people, why do they do it then? They want to do it to kind of like, I think the psychology might be somewhere, like you want to feel like you're an expert at it. You're kind of like LARPing as like a good artist or whatever. And you want to, you want to be able to seem like that. So you go to somebody's Twitch stream, you go to their YouTube video, and you're like, oh, I just think that the anatomy of the skull that you drew on your boar man was just not very good. Like, what? Like, shut up, And the problem is that's a lot of people who give critique on the internet. So it's really tough, guys. It's tough to find good criticism. Hello, Tombstone. What's up, dude? My illustrious client. You talk League of Legends with those friends, you don't talk art with those friends at the point, I feel. Yeah, and the problem is identities is maybe sometimes you've outgrown that group of friendship. And not a lot of people want to admit that. And it's tough. And it's why I'd never tell somebody like, hey, you've outgrown your idiot friends. You can't hang out with them anymore. But if they're like, go off and conquer the world, we'll be here to play League of Legends with you. Like, oh my God, this is so great. Like, I can't wait. I'm so glad you're working 15 hours a day towards your dream. It's so amazing. You're shining. You're radiant. You're up there. We're all basking in your amazement. Then yeah, those are really cool friends. But if they're like, bro, you never played League with us anymore. I don't know, man. Me personally, I had to leave those friends behind. So, because they stopped being friends at a certain point in time when they stopped wanting that from me, you know? Always running a side campaign while you're on hiatus so we can get a free feel for Draw Steel, and if it's a good fit, we'll probably move my campaign over to Draw Steel. Oh, okay, that's okay. Yeah, if it's in between, then oh fuck yeah, man. Then I hope you guys have fun. If we come back and we are hitting up Draw Steel, then let's fucking go. Yeah, absolutely. I will 100% be a self-taught fighter. So, Do you get a group to Draw Steel? No, Ashy's DMing a little campaign for us for the spring, summer, and we're moving into the fall, the part 2 of the campaign, and it's really fun. But we've been doing 4th ed, and Ashy's really excited about Draw Steel, so she was thinking about switching it over to a Draw Steel game, which is lovely because Draw Steel seems like it might be right up my alley. I've looked more into Daggerheart, and the more and more I look into Daggerheart, unfortunately, the more I'm realizing this is probably not the game system for me. It's probably not the kind of system that I want to use to run my games with. It's just not. The combat is great. I feel like the hope and fear dice and whatever and that kind of stuff, it's very cinematic and cool. But a lot of the other stuff surrounding Daggerheart with like how to sort of build your campaign and world building and storytelling, it's really not the kind of campaign that it's more of like a theatrical dramatic experience than like kind of a I don't know, like what's the word, like more like a linear narrative experience, I think, in my opinion. So it's just not the kind of campaign I'd want to run. But I was very excited about Daggerheart and Draw Steel. And so I'm really glad that Draw Steel is the kind of thing that I might be like. I might actually make Eldara content for Draw Steel if, like, at a certain point in time, if there is a demand for it and people will actually play it and I have the time and the funding and whatnot to do it, I will 100% port the Realms of Eldara adventure over to all the systems people play. So right now, I'd love to, if I have the time and the funding, like I said, I'd love to release Horizon as a 5th ed campaign, as well as a Pathfinder, Daggerheart, and Draw Steel campaign. I would love to do that, but you know. Time is that's shit, wait, there's not enough hours in the day. Crap, how do we do that? Someone put daylight savings time on. Is that gonna help? Is that gonna fix it? No, dang it. All right, that's fine, rip. So yeah, hopefully we'll get a chance to try it. I really want to play it, see what's up. Pathfinder 2nd edition, I think. I don't know anybody who's still playing 1st edition. Seems like everybody's moved over to 2e, so it's moments like that when I realized I was an anchoring friendship rather than an elevating one. Ooh, yeah, that's pretty hard to figure out, man. Season 2 of our campaign will pick back up shortly after you caught up with your stuff. Excellent, good. I will be releasing the adventure, releasing the Astral Sage, the Astral Knight, and I don't know what else. what else do I have to release for the campaign to? I don't know. What else do I have to release for it to be considered finished or whatever? Oh, the different like character options, like the Azael. Literally what I'm working on right now. Oh yeah, there's that too. Oh yeah, okay, well. We'll figure it out. It'll be fine. Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty insane. I have a lot of really amazing opportunities to do cool things right now, and I just need to have the time to do them. You know, I've been feeling like personally in the Evan's diary entry moment here, segment of stream, I've been feeling extremely overwhelmed by all the things that I have to do. It's why I told the mods I have a no pestering me rule on stream now, because if anybody pesters me about like getting back to a DM or why I haven't done this thing yet, or when's this thing, whatever. Like, the excitement's one thing, but if it's the Evan, respond to my DM, please, or Evan, I haven't got this thing in the mail, and I'm telling you on stream instead of a DM, like that, I told mods to just, like, delete and time people up to do that, because It's just the overwhelm, man. It's just too much. It's just too much to think about, like, especially while I'm streaming. But it is overwhelming to do all this stuff. But I'm really like thankful for the opportunity, and I don't want to mess it up. I really want to do a good job at everything, so that, you know, everybody who's like believed in me and supported a project or whatever, or been excited about things or whatever, really feels like the thing that they're getting out of it is like, man, this was really cool. I'm really glad that, you know, Evan did this project or whatever it is. So I just have to take some time and go deep into the tank and just work. It's also not usually about workload. I was thinking of making a Twitter post about this, making a little essay thingy, but I'd have to pay for X Premium if I was to do that. But I'm considering doing it for a month and writing some like little like kind of mini like blog post things about like art and shit like that. But anyway, about like how I think one of the problems with people who get overwhelmed like myself is that it's not necessarily about the workload, it's about the complexity. It's about the amount of different things one has to do, and less about the actual like individual difficulties of whatever it is that you want to do. You know what I mean? It's not that you have 15 hours of work to do a day. Everyone can do that. It's that you have 15 hours of work on 8 different projects that you have to manage and juggle. That I feel like is way harder. But there's like grinding in an MMO feels so much easier than like managing or running like a business or building a adventure or something like that. You know what I mean? Well, haven't I stretched yet? Very good point. Yep. I'm supposed to do this stretch, Sabine, like every half hour. Just very gentle, pinky's back. I'm supposed to do this every half hour. So thank you. I appreciate that. Tekken is really good. Some of my group plays. Are you enjoying like the stuff outside of combat for the game as well, Aduria, or is it mostly combat you guys do? When's the stage getting released so we can critique it? Well, the time for critique will be a long period of beta access. So the beta will be, I don't know, probably by the end of the month. Like we had the Astral Knight beta. Last for a couple months, however long it takes, and then I'll release the whole thing. I really should be releasing the stage first before the night, but this is not the way it's going to work out, so whatever. In a year, it won't matter, but for right now, it's kind of awkward or weird. The difference between Draw, Steel, and Daggerheart is the same difference between Koval and Mercer. Mercer builds a world that revolves around his player. Koval builds his own world for people to play in. It's very Final Fantasy X versus Dark Souls. Well, I'm just going to challenge that a little bit. I don't think Final Fantasy X is a good example. The reason why is because to me, the issue of it being around the players, around the characters, is the narrative of something like 10 has a cohesive narrative that I think is stronger than something that like Mercer does. So there's got to be a better example, something that's more like freeform. It's almost like, I would say, this might be an extreme, Ashley, maybe tell me if you agree or disagree with this, but it's almost like I'd say that Koval builds Dark Souls, whereas Mercer builds Minecraft. You know what I mean? Or maybe an MMO. Does that make sense? That's the way I think about it. Is that, but I get what you're saying, that 10 is more narrative around the players, and it's more, there's obviously more dialogue and individual stories and things like that. So I get where you're coming from, but I would just personally, I don't think it's a bad analogy. I would just push it further, that like to the side. I'd be less fair than you're being, I guess. You know? I haven't done the thing about the stuff that happened in the before. I know, right? I got to get better at that. I was thinking about nagging you to drop stuff and do something for me with stretch comment, but I'll try to remember to do it every half hour now. No, it's actually right now I got to build it into my my routine, I guess. I just got to do these stretches. Very controlled. There's a bunch of stuff that I have to do that are stretches that I have to do like 3 to 4 times a week for my forearms, because it's actually mostly an issue with my ulnar nerve and my forearm. That's mostly what's plaguing me, is ulnar nerve and forearm problems. So it's not joint, it's not wrist, it's not carpal tunnel, it's not whatever. It's that nerve being unhappy. I've learned a lot about it. And I'm supposed to do some like actual real like big stretches, and exercises, but during like when I'm working, I'm supposed to just do this for, 20-30 reps when I'm streaming. And it has to be like in line, like wrist has to be in line, because we naturally want to pull up and to the right with our forearm, with our wrist when it comes up. So our knuckle, our main knuckle sort of goes up like this, because we have 2 muscles that pull up on this side of our hand and 1 muscle on this side. So when you pull your wrist up, if you're trying to yank something, you're naturally wanting to like go this way, but it's this muscle stability that's important. So I'm trying to trying to make sure that stays in line. It's very like straight instead of like up to the corner, you know? So yeah, I'm gonna look dumb every once in a while just doing this for 2 or 3 minutes, you know? So what do you think of the night critique I did? It was very helpful. The critique that you and everybody else gave me over the night and the adventure was very good, and I appreciate it. So thank you. Critical Role Campaign 1, half the map was made by the players, and then all big bads were from the players' backstories. While Coville is just like, there's an evil necromancer here. Someone has to stop him. Yeah, sure. To me, I think that's how you get a more meaningful story. Because the problem that I have with inherently the Critical Role style of D&D is that it is in some ways narrative designed by committee. And I think that ultimately that hamstrings you a little bit. That it's if meaningful storytelling is something you want as a player, I think basically saying to the DM, create a very strong vision and we will try and fit within that story, is a better way of doing it than saying, I want to do this, Fred wants to do that, Jay wants to do that, and you know, Amanda wants to do this. Make us all fit into a story. It's kind of like, it's like really hard to do. So good to see you, Palucci. Can't believe Ulner is plaguing you. You know what's funny? Ulner's the video I made of Ulner as the Necromancer idea has hit like 1.5 million views over all my different platforms. YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok combined, it's like probably 1.5 million. Like 300,000 here. I posted it twice on Instagram, and on both times it posted, I think one was like 300,000, the other was like 400,000 or something. So, you know, big boy numbers. So it's funny because Ulner is that piece I did for her is the most known piece of art that I have. I got like 4,000 followers from one of those posts of it on Instagram alone. It's also funny then that my ulnar nerve is now what is bothering me. So thanks, ulnar. Appreciate it. Is it from your keyboard mouse use? No, it's actually from my pen use, Hillary. So keyboard mouse isn't helping, definitely. It's aggravating it, and I do spend time playing games occasionally here and there, and I'll do work with my mouse, but mostly it's because I'm holding my pen for like probably 8 to 12 hours a day. You know, I don't on days that I do like a 12 to 15 hour day, a pretty exhausting day, I don't spend all 12 to 15 hours painting. I usually spend maybe 5, 6, 8, whatever, and I'm doing other stuff, but sometimes I'll do the full range. So yeah, it's bad. It's not good. It's real bad. We gotta figure something out about that. I gotta lessen the load in some way or something. I don't know. Massage guns are good though. I do have a Thera gun as well, and apparently supposed to use that quite a bit. So I will be using that, entities, and you're right, they are good. And I had a big proper physio thing yesterday. I went into town to this physio that's meant for like athletes and shit. It's like a physio clinic that is like that a lot of the Team Canada, you know, peepos that are trying to be athletes, the kids and stuff, and other like established athletes use. So it's a big physio office that feels very sports med. It doesn't feel like a doctor's office. It feels like a sports med place, which is really cool. It's got a very interesting vibe. It has a very high performance vibe. Everybody's got like little Team Canada sweaters on and stuff that works there and shit. So it's meant, you can get in if you're not an athlete. It's just, you have to get accepted into it kind of thing. And my issue is bad enough that I need a specialist from there. But it's so funny. I go there and it's like, everybody's so official. Everybody's so like fancy and like athletic and, you know, aspiring young professionals and future NHLers and Olympians and all that kind of stuff. And then I'm sitting there getting my like arm worked on and getting a physio treatment when I've injured myself by drawing too much. It feels so embarrassing. But my physio is really cool. He knew all sorts of stuff about like Twitch and stuff, and he was asking me about it and whatnot. Professionally, he didn't ask me my Twitch account name. You know, I'm sure he could find me if he wanted to. But he was like, he knew about Twitch, and he was like, asking me about it, and like, you know, what I do for my stream and stuff, and he understood, and you know, the long stream hours and whatever, and like that's a long time spent on the computer with my either my mouse or my keyboard or whatever, and my pen. So it was funny. It was pretty good. I think Mercer does it very well, but I think that DM differences also carries over to the game designs. Daggerheart has the how players steal the narrative and change the world, while Drawsteel is here's how players can build a road downtime. Sure, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I think that the problem with the sort of the new like the Mercer style, I think, is the default now for a lot of players, a lot of groups. My problem with that has always been more or less the amount of sort of randomness and absurdity and silliness and stuff kind of gets old to me a little bit. Like, I'm just not that amused by people, you know, I don't know, paintballing the you know, headmaster's home with magical like flamingo spells or whatever. Like, it's just you know, people love that shit. It's very D&D, but to me it's just kind of tired, and like I've been there. I've heard a billion stories like that. I want the Lord of the Rings, man. That's what I want. I don't want the D&D movie. I want the Lord of the Rings in my D&D. And it's hard to do that when your players are able to just like kind of randomly affect the world in whatever way they want. And so players that play in a game with me, not every player would like. A lot of people ask me if like I would DM for them or play their campaign or whatever, or if I do like professional Eldara games or whatever. Nighthound Tier, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. And I don't think a lot of people would like to play in my game, you know.
Didn't
Jesus,
see that one coming, did you?
Mr.
Hello,
Pixel,
leader and fellow cult members.
hello.
I have come beating a gift, and now I return to work. Praise the orb.
You just appear, drop to 1,000 bits, subscribe at tier 3, and then vanish?
8 months to baby.
Is he allowed to do that? Someone stop him. Thanks, Mr. Pixel. God damn, bro. Thanks for the support. I appreciate it. Thank you, especially this month when I just bought my new printer and I'm very scared about it and stressed. I really, really appreciate the bits and subs right now. You have no idea. So thank you, man. Thank you. For real. It means a lot. Have a good rest of your day, Mr. Pixel. I guess. All right. Peace out. He just stops by, swings by, hurls bits in a giant sub, and then just like smoke vanishes into the ether. Good God, man. You saw your most recent TikTok, fantastic art. Oh, thank you, Tier. I appreciate that. That means the world. Yeah, for real, dude. That's very humbling. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Welcome. This is where I record all my TikTok videos and stuff. So I'll record the process while I'm streaming. So you're most welcome, my friend. Something about the orb propaganda, glory to the cube. I thought you were all about pyramids recently, Thorkin. What happened? Wait, what? Did the cube like cube popularity return? How'd that happen? The fuck? Why is my symmetry dead? Hello? Please? Symmetric tool? Alright, whatever. That's weird. I ain't gonna worry about it. Nope. I'm not gonna question it. We're just gonna keep going. Whatever happens, happens, man. I ain't stressed. You're stressed. I'm fine. Photoshop's not cooperating. No biggie. It's a Tuesday. So obviously Photoshop isn't gonna work. What's up, Silver Lotus? Good to see you, dude. Love D&D Art, dude. That's awesome. I'm honored to have you then. Reed, I enjoyed having lots of silly, nonsensical stuff. I like more Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Witcher style. Yeah, and the thing is, that's not very popular for a lot of people. So I just don't think that a lot of people who like would think, a lot of people who are like more like newer D&D players who have like gotten into the hobby more recently, that are used to kind of that, write a 20-page backstory and then go like throw your backstory at a game, and the game's a backdrop for you to tell your cool backstory. I just think that that's something that a lot of people would be disappointed in if they played a game with me. It'd be a little let down, and that's kind of the way that that's not like the expectation. But, you know, whatever. Maybe people would like the new style. Either way, it's just not the kind of way that I run a game. So the idea of a system like Daggerheart giving more tools to the player characters to basically craft the world around them and their experience, you know, like that's very like fun improv classy kind of stuff. But to me, it's just not the kind of fantasy that I'm really excited about. So that's why I don't really run it, and not everyone's gonna like it, and that's totally okay. And I am perfectly aware of that, but I think it's the better way to play. you're asking me what I want in D&D, and I want meaningful stories that are memorable, heroic tales, epic fantasy, or heroic fantasy. Yeah, I just don't think you arrive at it with sort of like the kind of like silly Monty Python style absurdities that is kind of popular in modern D&D. Like, to me, Lord of the Rings wasn't a completely serious movie. There was like lightness in it, levity, and it was funny at times, but it never reached for low-hanging fruit. It never reached for humor like that. You never had puns and shit like that for the most part. And it was still light in some places, and it wasn't completely dark and serious and heavy and oppressive all the time. And so I don't think everything has to be that way. But what's easy for your modern sort of like D&D player is for the absurdity angle. And that's fine. People love that shit. That's super fun. It's just not my jam. It's not my vibe. And so the more you give players the ability to sort of like interject that into the world, the more that I think the system is not for me. And that seems like it's Daggerheart. Fortunately or unfortunately. It's just the way it is, I guess. So, whatever. I'm not bothered about it. Tell the truth, pyramids are just half cubes. Oh. Once again, Thorkin's been converted to a new shape. I'm proud of you, Thorkin. What a fucking guy. Start a new campaign with my group, so I'm playing a female Goliath Drake Warden Ranger. Drake Warden Rangers are awesome, and good on you for playing a full ranger and not just making a fighter that uses a bow. That's been the current ranger theme I feel like I've been hearing, is everybody who wants to play ranger just plays a rogue or a fighter. So good. So I like to see the ranger appreciation. For telling the story of the world as a player or as a DM, Silver. I'm playing either a D&D one or a Star Wars one. Yeah, I mean, I really love playing in Star Wars as a setting. I think it's very rich, good for storytelling, very open. Do you think Photoshop will always have the industry standard label? I don't know. I mean, the thing is, if Adobe continues to make their tools more geared for AI, like generative AI, people use AI as a too general of a term. Every program uses sophisticated AI. We're talking about generative AI here. As Photoshop continues to focus on generative AI, Vixen, I don't think that they're gonna fall behind. And I want things like Clip, which I think the only other tool that can really compete with Photoshop is Clip Studio. And I want Clip to be on their ass because I have no brand loyalty. I use Photoshop because it's the best piece of software for the kind of art that I do. It's the strongest piece of software. It's the most powerful piece of software out there. And for painting, I think it's the only option. Obviously, people are going to do what they want. And at the end of the day, it's the skill of the artist on the software. So this like war people have over like trying to cope with whatever decision they made, if they can't afford Photoshop or if they think they're an elitist because they can use Photoshop or can buy Photoshop and whatever, it's all noise. It doesn't matter. I want them to compete for my attention, for my business, and I want to buy and use the program and the software that's the best. And if Photoshop continues down the path that it's going down, and if Clip continues down the path that it's going down, I could see myself in the industry switching over to Clip at some point in time. But right now, as it stands, it's not like, yeah, I don't know. If you asked me that 2 years ago, I would have said it'd be very hard for them to fall off their throne. But today, it's a different world. The last couple of updates they've made have been just only for generative AI, which for artists doesn't matter. Smiles Gold, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, my friend. Welcome in. Welcome in. I don't enjoy having lots of silly nonsense. I like gather that from what you're saying. Yeah, I do very detailed backstories for my characters, my campaign, to tell my character their story. But there's a lot of lore and content in my campaign that's hard to set the players. They have to create their characters around it. I have a theme for the campaign. The players make their characters around the theme. Yeah, understanding what kind of game you're playing is very important, I think, as a DM and in players too. Saying like, hey, this is a heroic fantasy, like take the ring to Mordor kind of game, not like a, you know, wrestle with your insecurities of your noble family lineage game or whatever, because you're just never going to have a chance to act upon that or whatever. It's very important to have that, I think, you know. Ed Ruba, thank you for the follow as well, my friend. Welcome in. Love the flavor of the Ranger, always have. We're using 2024 PHP. We just changed a few things for the Ranger to make it feel a little better. Yeah, the 2024 Rangers are the ones that are the least happy right now. So there's probably some house rules and stuff that you can apply in there and make it feel a little more comfortable. You know? Got a hermit? All right. Thorkin, good luck. Proud of you, bro. Keep working, setting the example for what the artists are supposed to do. How hard they're supposed to work. Keep going, man. I'm mentoring my little art peepos. But I would have nothing to teach Thorkin, as he has surpassed even myself now in the short time that he has become an even more powerful Sith. I mean, artist. Shit. Isn't Photoshop industry standard only because of PSD files that are being the standard? No. Photoshop is the industry standard because, for one, it's culture, right? It's been the industry standard forever. That's why. PSD files, like, I'm almost positive Clip can write a PSD. I'm almost positive that it can. I think. I could be wrong with this. I know you can open up Clip files in Photoshop, but I'm pretty sure Clip can write a PSD file. The reason that Photoshop is industry standard is because it is the strongest software. It has the best color mixing and that like whole like color theory AI thing, whatever. It is the best color mixing, is the most and correct. Like once you get into the print side of things, color matching, color standard and whatever becomes very important. And Adobe RGB and Adobe CMYK are the industry standard for print because they're the best out there. So the software that uses that standard the most and the easiest is also going to be the most powerful. But if you want to know, just for example, okay, Evan, I don't paint at a very high level. I'm just a little peepo comic creator that I don't pick up any brush, you know, bigger than the 10 pixel hard round. Why is Photoshop? Can you demonstrate what can Photoshop do that Clip can't? Photoshop can do this. And I can't show you really all that well because my GPU is a little bit crunched, but Photoshop can do this a lot better. So when we're talking about painting with really big, complicated texture brushes that interact with the surface in really complex ways, Photoshop does this better than other software. Now, if you don't paint and all you do is draw, you're never going to get a benefit from Photoshop, ever. And if you paint, you can still probably get like 90% of the tools, like strength that you can in Photoshop with Clip. That's why, again, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, and it's mostly cultural. Like, it's the industry standard because it's the industry standard in a lot of ways, and that will only change when the industry, when the shift, you know, changes and happens. But that's the thing. Right now, Photoshop, like, don't let people who are too broke to use Photoshop that have to justify why they're not like using Photoshop with like other, they like a lot of people who can't afford Photoshop. You'll find they have very strong opinions on Photoshop. And they're like, Photoshop's garbage software, and they have like all these problems that aren't really problems. And you'll be like, have you ever tried Photoshop? They're like, no, I'm not paying $70 a month for that. And you're like, aha. So now we have the real reason. And they have to sit there and feel good about themselves. And they can't say, yeah, I don't value Photoshop, the extra 10% of power in the software. I don't really value it. I'd rather buy a one-time Clip thing for $50 and pay $70 a month for Photoshop. Fair enough, man. But let's be honest about our tools here, right? Let's just be honest about our tools. So people who have a very strong opinion either way, I think you can kind of count them out, right? Count out the people that say Photoshop is the only thing. If you want to be professional, you must use Photoshop. You cannot have a career without using Photoshop. What are you, a hobbyist? Like, okay, bro, chill. I get that you spend too much money on Photoshop every month and you don't even use its like features to the level that you should. Like, okay, bro, like I get it. You want to feel good about yourself because you're trying to pay to win at being an artist. You're being outdone by people who are using iPads here. Let's not think that your $6,000 antique and Photoshop sub is making you a good artist. So that person and those people need to fucking chill. But then you also get the very aggressive people on the other side that are like, Photoshop is awful and I use Clip because it's the best software out there. Nothing can beat Clip. It's like, okay, like I get that you don't have enough money for Photoshop. You don't have to hate it. So just like eliminate the strong opinions and find the opinions in the middle. People are like, yeah, I like both. I kind of prefer Clip more because the user interface is a little bit better. It's like valid opinion. That's the opinion you should listen to, right? That's the one that matters. It's the strong opinions you need to just avoid, I think, altogether. But the problem is you get more of the Clip fanboys than you get the Photoshop fanboys on the internet because the self-taught community is often amateur artists. A lot of them can't afford Photoshop. A lot of them get into clip or whatever because they also get into like anime and that kind of like cartooning styles and whatnot. So stylistically, culturally, clip is the software they use in Japan for a lot of, you know, even like painting stuff. Like at game studios, you'll find like at the Square, they'll paint in clip. Like, good for them. That's awesome. They do amazing work, better than anything I do or you do. Right? It's amazing, even though they're using software that's not quite as powerful. So that's totally fine. Culturally, they're all part of that. The problem is a lot of people who use Photoshop are just quietly working for a studio. They don't post on Twitter. They don't make Instagram reels. They don't make YouTube content. They take $120,000 a year paycheck at a game studio to go and quietly work. They're the professionals. You never hear from them because they're all just quietly, like, the best painters of our generation hardly ever post. They don't have millions of followers. They aren't posting every day reels of them making hot anime characters, right? They're just quietly working in a game studio, collecting a big paycheck and just doing their art. So you don't get a lot of that. Like a lot of the power users that have the most authority to talk about clip and Photoshop, a lot of them just kind of quietly work at studios. So you don't hear the balanced opinions. You know what I mean? So that's why it seems like it's so overwhelming clip centric on like Twitch or Twitter or wherever, YouTube, anything like that. At least that's what I've noticed anyway. So I'm also got my girlfriend DD for the first time with this campaign. She's playing a Tiefling Eldritch Knight and having a lot of fun. That's awesome, dude. First time players are always an absolute charm to be around, I think. You know, love to use Photoshop for a couple of things that CSP can't do well, but I can't afford that, so I'll adjust. But that's the thing, is like you can adjust most of the things that you do in clip that would be easier for Photoshop. You can kind of like sort of like figure your way around a little bit, you know, using some other textures, some other little things you can kind of like maneuver, and it might not be worth it. Now, if you're doing this professionally, then it's like $70 a month for your professional tool isn't too much money. And some artists just don't want to pay that. And it's like, are you doing this as a career or are you a hobbyist? Well, I'm doing this as a career. Like, your tools will cost money, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Set aside the $600 a year or whatever for Photoshop. Just set it aside. Right? And if you aren't like getting clients or commissions or whatever, then you got other work to do. You got other things to worry about. Don't be worried about what program you're using. Be worried about getting fundamentally good enough that a $600 a year tool isn't like destroying you. You know? And it's like, oh, that's so heartless and ruthless and easy to say and whatever. Like, fuck you. I get it, man. But there's always a mixture, I think, between like, I understand why it's tough and here's all the challenges are perfectly valid. And at the same time, there's somebody in a similar situation that makes it work. And the world doesn't care. When it sounds like I'm giving sort of like heartless, ruthless, like loveless advice of just like, don't care, spend the money anyway. That's because the bank doesn't give a shit that you aren't good enough to make enough money for whatever. They're still going to charge you interest on your credit card. You're still going to charge you your whatever. Your landlord doesn't care. The grocery store doesn't care. And unfortunately, it's kind of one of the get good or find a different job type things that you have to sort of say once in a while, which I don't like to say all that often, but occasionally, sometimes when somebody is like overly kind of, you know, saying that Photoshop is like a scam, it's not worth it, whatever, but I wish I could have it and blah, blah. It's kind of like, it's one of those things that you have to sort of like, with each artist, the individuals all have a bit of a different situation. And there's definitely no like advice of like when you're supposed, when is it worth it or not. I think you can make do without it for probably the entirety of your career. But if you're desperate for Photoshop and you just don't want to buy it, like, all right. It's like people who are desperate to use clip but don't want to fork out the $50 because they'd rather use free software. It's like, I don't know, man, $50, like, you just, I don't know. Why'd you spend $600 on a tablet, right? So you could have a screen to work on. I'd rather you work on no screen and have good software to paint on. I'd rather you work on an Intuos tablet than a Cintiq and have good software, right? It's a whole thing, man. I don't know. Alex, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Have a good stream. Take care, Azaelia. Take care, my friend. All right, we'll do a couple more of these little hairstyle things, and then we'll probably move on to either some of the male merfolk hairstyles, or we'll do some concept work or whatever. I don't know. We're just kind of doing some concept world building, jamming stuff today. There's no inherent like goal that we need to reach. So we're just gonna chill. We're just gonna do the thing. I need to start doing more like way more like fantasy ass looking Naboo weird hairstyles for some of the like Azael and Novalians. They have some weird cultural stuff around their hair, so I need to like make it a thing for some of them and push the designs a lot harder than I have been, I think. Love your work. Oh, thank you, Alex. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That means the world. The hell, dude? You made my day. Appreciate it. Not an artist, but I completely agree with what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a bit of a hot take. But I don't know. I don't ever want to seem like I'm not sympathetic to artists in any way. But also I think that there's a large sort of economy of art kind of like good boy pats where people just pat you on the head and say, you know, you're doing enough. Like, I would never ever tell an artist that they're enough the way they are. They're good enough. They don't need to change. I would never ever tell an artist that they don't need to improve. I think that's detrimental. Now, when people say like, oh, well, you know, my art isn't great, so that means that I'm a bad person. It's like, no, you're enough. You are enough. You are good enough just the way you are. Just by existing, you have inherent value as a person. But the problem is sometimes artists will extend that message to somebody's art and give people permission to not try. And then you see artists stagnate because trying at art is very difficult. It's very stressful, man. And this is something I told Minnie and Alf. I said, this process is going to suck. Like, expect it. Because what makes somebody like impressive at a skill or whatever it is? Well, they're good at it. Well, what makes them good at it? Well, it's relative to other people's ability, right? Not all of us can long jump 10 feet. So people who are good at long jump can clearly do it better than the average person. Okay, so how does that work? Well, if you want to be better than the average person, it means that you have to do something that people aren't willing, the average person is not willing to do. Okay, well, what's the indication that you're doing something that people aren't willing to do something? Well, it feels bad to do. So hard things feel bad, right? Impressive things are hard to do. Hard things feel bad. Feeling bad kind of sucks. This is what hard feels like. When you're working on something and it sucks, you're like, man, I don't want to do this. I don't want to go to the gym. I don't want to like train. I don't want to practice. I don't want to work on my art. Whatever it is that you're trying to do, you're trying to be good at. It's like, it's supposed to suck. And I don't think we say that on the internet. I think a lot of people say like, oh, it's not supposed to hurt. Don't push yourself. Like, don't whatever. They pat you on the head, tell you you're a good boy, give you a little kiss and send you on your way. It's like, no, man, you're supposed to like hurt over this. You're supposed to suffer in some way. Lola, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. And so it's like, obviously you're not supposed to destroy yourself. Like, come on, like, let's be reasonable about this. You're not supposed to like, you know, whatever. But like, it's like when you go to the gym, I mean, when I started losing weight 2 years ago and I started going to the gym for the first time really seriously, like every time I would suffer like a lot, like the first time I was deadlifting, and it was the first time anyone ever came up to me at the gym and like talked to me or whatever. I was deadlifting and I was trying a new weight. I was really struggling with it. And I'm like trying to get one or two more. And this guy comes over and he's like, come on, man. You got a couple more in. You got a couple more in, bro. I'm like, what? He's like, you got a couple more, man. Like, I'm like, I don't know if I can, man. He's like, that pain is the proof that you're working hard. And like, he's like, so go into that pain for me. And I was like, fuck. And he slapped me on the back and I like did like a couple more like reps or whatever. And I didn't, and I'm like, I got no more. He's like, then fail the next one. And I'm like, and I failed at it and I dropped the weight and I'm like, fuck, man, I couldn't even get 15 or whatever it was, 10 or something like that. And he was like, yeah, bro, like, good job, man. You hit failure. Like, you reached failure. You fell on the edge. Now you know now you know next week what you got to hit. Like, fucking good job, man. And I was like, the encouragement to fail is so strong here. It's so healthy. But we don't have that in the art community. It's like really detrimental because it's necessary. So I was trying to tell that and hopefully I can like glorify and impress that like idea onto my mentees for this thing. And I think they're ready and willing to struggle for it. But it's like, it's really important that you're supposed to hit failure. It's supposed to be hard. It's supposed to be difficult. But like the only reason, like the only way you're gonna get through it is if when it's difficult, you know that's working. You go to the gym and you pick up weights and you curl them and they don't like, either you're not stressed out, you're not tired, you're not, you know, you're not breaking down muscle fiber or getting whatever. You're just like lifting like 3-pound weights 5 times and you go home and you know you didn't do anything because it wasn't uncomfortable, right? But the discomfort you get when it's like, hey, I know you're tired, you did 30 thumbnails, you really want to get off, your eyes are a little sore, you're exhausted, you're feeling burnt out, you're feeling spent, I want 30 more thumbnails. You've been at this for 2 hours, I need another 2 hours out of you. It's like, that's unpopular to say for some reason. It's like, whoa, don't push people. The fuck are you gonna grow then if you don't get pushed? And so that I think is a good thing, that like that's when the culture things around you, in your sort of like the culture of people around you that you form, whether it's your art friends at school, your art community on Discord, whatever, is the culture encouraging you to push and glorifying when you're like, bro, like obviously don't be toxic to yourself. Don't like, man, I haven't slept in 3 days, I'm just like pumping Red Bulls all day. It's like, okay, you know, all right man, like relax. But once in a while when someone's like, bro, I got through all 60 of these, I did whatever, I did these thumbnails, I wanted, bro, after 2 hours, I was like, my brain was fighting me, I was hungry, I was tired, I got emotional, I might have shed a few tears during that, I just wanted to get off and go play some League and whatever, but like I didn't, I pushed through it, I got all 60 thumbnails done, they're fucking rad, look at this cool composition I got. It's like, why don't we see that person and be like, yes, the king has arrived, the emperor has ascended to the throne, good job. Like, I don't know why that's so unpopular to say in the art community. So I don't know how to, like, I'm hoping I can kind of like just inject that into Alpha Mini, and I think I will. So I don't know. I just want to be a good teacher. I just don't want to let him down, you know. Just watching you do hair because I'm not great with hair. Fair enough. I'm not great with hair either, but I'm trying my absolute best. So hopefully I can get a couple of designs here for our Azael, our ladies of nobility in the Azael. All these hairstyles need to be like, the reason why they're all like tied back and stuff is because they're supposed to be for merfolks. And I realized that if you're underwater and you're like a mermaid, you probably don't want your hair loose and stuff in front of you. You probably want it like collected and bunched up in ways, like braided or whatever, or stuck behind you so that you don't have it constantly like flowing around you, you know? So that's why I'm doing a whole lot of these like braids and stuff like that, and ponytails and whatever. Do a couple that aren't that, but maybe for the most part I'll have them like this. Actually really reassuring to hear, because I've worked with Photoshop since the beginning of my art. Friends use Clip or other programs they've been trying to convince me to swap over. No, screw them. If you like Photoshop, use the program you're set with. If you like Clip and you're really good with Clip and they're trying to get you to Photoshop, use the program you're set with. No. It's whatever yeah, whatever you're comfortable with. It's got to feel nice to you to use as well. You can't not enjoy your tools. If you don't enjoy the tools that you're using, like you're messed up here. You're doing the wrong thing. It's like the idea of spending money on clothes. If you buy like nice clothing, like you go for like slightly higher brand, and like maybe you buy maybe for guys, maybe you buy the $600 suit instead of like the discount $100 suit or whatever, and you go to work, but you feel really good and you're more productive, you're happier because you're like, you know, there's like a logical glasses adjusting nerd being like, the fabric you put on your body shouldn't impact the quality of work you do. Yeah, but some people feel better dressing up a little bit nicer and then they'll be more productive or whatever, man. I think that's very real. It's a very real thing. Novelty and feeling good about yourself. If you got the tools you got and you enjoy you got your drink that you like and you got your thing here and your whatever and you're set up, and like that's valuable as an artist, especially as a creative. Make the space, the tools, the things you use, the things you touch and handle, make them all really good, right? So that you feel good about what you're doing. It's like the reason I bought that $2,000 printer this week, or literally yesterday, is because I feel better about making art prints when I make a print that I'm excited about. And the idea of doing a 25-cent print off of, you know, whatever site that people get their stuff off of, Vista Print or some, you know, Chinese like Alibaba printer, which a lot of artists do, if that doesn't excite me. I want to make high-end, like, expensive fine art prints on cotton rag, archival, giclée, and so I'm going to work way harder if those are the kind of prints that I make. And you can say it's a bad idea, bad business, bad whatever, because I don't make nearly as much on my own prints as I would if I got 20%, 5-cent prints when I brought to conventions. Whatever, man. So don't let people tell you that if you enjoy your tool, man, you use the tool. You said, I'm really struggling with my art right now, and I think I really needed to hear that. Thank you. Yeah, Lola, for sure. I mean, look, like your struggle is it's part of it. And it's great that you're struggling with your art. And obviously I'm sorry to hear that you're struggling, because it kind of sucks. And like, it hurts me a little bit inside to hear people's art is struggling. And I'm kind of, you know, like, I don't want you to struggle. I want you to have a good time and approach your art with joy and happiness. But it's also great that you're struggling. It's great that you're struggling, because it means that you're pushing beyond where other people will give up. You're hitting a wall right now, and you look to your left and you look to your right. A bunch of people will hit the same wall as you, and they won't keep going. And some people might blast through that wall and have a way easier time. You'll be like, oh man, how is it fair that they got to blast through this wall? They'll hit a wall up further up the mountain that you'll blast right through. The only thing that matters is consistency with art. The one most unpopular thing I say about art that people fucking hate, some people love it, but a lot of people give you shit about it, is that being good at art is a choice. It is a choice that you make. It's not about inherent birthed in talent. It's not about mine, whatever. I don't have the right neurocomposition for being good at art or whatever. I can only draw stick peoples. That doesn't exist, man. I've seen true artistic talent and it's awesome, but all talent does is get you there faster. I've never, ever in the history of my career, school or anything, every artist around me, I've never seen a single person who's consistent not make it. Ever. Not once. So if you can believe in that and know that you've hit a wall, you've hit a plateau, you're not improving, whatever, you're struggling, all you have to do is not give up the faith that you will continue to get better. All you have to do. And you're not supposed to know how it works. Like, you're not supposed to look at paintings that are way better than yours and be like, oh my God, I understand it. If only I could just do this. Because you're not there yet, man. And so no matter what tool or what wall you hit as an artist, all you have to do is just not stop. That's all you have to do. And so it's stressful to hear, because you're like, oh, come on, man. How long do I have to deal with the stress for? It's like, I don't know. Maybe it's a week, maybe it's a month, maybe it's a year. Who knows? But all you have to do is not give up and you'll make it through. I guarantee it. Capital G guarantee your money back, man. I guarantee it. And so it's okay when it sucks. And that's awesome. I'm really glad to hear people struggling through it, because it's like the guy in the gym that when you are failing that last set is like, good job for failing. I want to see artists reach beyond their skill set and do something poorly and fail at it. And I'm part of the problem too. I don't post my failures online because it's bad business, man. You post shitty art online, people are like, oh God, I'm not going to like this video. Right? Like, if I made a very honest Instagram reel about like, hey guys, here's how I like failed at my art this week, maybe you would do okay. But like, in general, it's like not like worth my time, right? I'd rather post the stuff about like, here, look at the cool thing I did, you know? And that's fair enough. But then we see that and we're like, oh, that's all people do, is everybody's out here succeeding but me. I'm the only person that hasn't made a good piece of art in 3 months. Nah, that's everybody. That's everybody. That's totally part of the process. And it's awesome to hear. I always want to be that voice of encouragement and glorifying the struggle. Because it means that you're doing something that actually matters. You know? You're working hard. Haircut that contains inspired by seaweed. Ooh. There's a little bit of that seaweed type design in the Azael, like, main kind of, like, thing here, but I think I want to try and keep it like, I want to do more of these like kind of gemmy jewel type things as opposed to this more like organic kind of like jewelry type thing. But obviously I'm going to try a bunch, but I'm pretty set on a lot of them being these kind of like silver chains. The Azael are really, great jewelers and, you know, gem cutters and things like that. They love that shit. Like, their cities, when we actually get to move on to the city part, are going to look like jewels and lanterns hanging and things like that, like the kind of the chandelier type thing is what I'm really thinking of for Azael cities. I want them to look like glittering chandeliers in the water. So we're going to do a lot of that even with their hair. There's lots of floating God damn it!
Did you?
Mel! Hello! Jesus, that's a lot of bits. The fuck?
D also, how you doing, bun?
Well, it's impossible not to be doing fantastic when you're here, Mel. So thank you 1,000 bits, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you, especially this month, as I just bought $2,000 printer. I definitely appreciate the bits and subs and stuff this month. So thank you. Thank you. God damn, that's a lot of bits. Hello. Yeah, yo, Lady, what's up, dude? How you doing, Lady? How's my favorite Twitch artist right now? Holy. Yeah, I said it. I'm picking favorites right now. The TED Talk, you think? I don't know. A lot of this stuff is kind of really unpopular to say, Tombstone. That's why you don't hear it on the internet. Because the algorithm, if I made a video... God damn it!
Did you?
Stop it! No, wait.
I hit the button again, but yay to funds to the printer Ivan Blahart.
Alright, praise be to the printer. It appreciates the funds. Look at it. Look at it sitting there appreciative of the funds. Ooh, I cost $2,000. Ooh. Thanks, Mel. Thanks for the 2,000 bits. That's extremely generous of you, alright? I really appreciate it. I really do. But yeah, I don't know about a TED Talk because the problem is this is why like learning art from YouTube is really bad. Because the algorithm, people would click away from hard advice like that. They would. They do. So when you make try and find like real advice on how to actually do something like that, like how to actually improve it at art, a lot of it's like 10 tips to get better at faces in 10 minutes, you know, how to draw noses quick, how to get good at art, avoid these 5 mistakes as a beginner. It's like,
it reminds me a lot about the obelisk in 2001: A Space Odyssey XD.
Oh no. Oh shit. Doesn't the thing drive him mad? Oh man. Am I gonna start worshiping my printer? Uh-oh. Alright, you gotta watch out for me then, Mel. If I start singing praises of a printer, you guys gotta hook me up with us. Maybe a little oh god. Tool-wise it works, it's not wrong. To be fair, when your failures are still better than a lot of people's successes. Maybe. I don't know. It's not pretty,
Monkeys,
the process of me failing.
Wait, humans are based from primates.
Uh-oh.
Welp, shit.
Uh-oh.
Good luck, bud. D.
Oh, man. Mel, am I screwed? Am I gonna start worshipping a printer? I might, actually. The first time I actually make my first... When I get my paper roll in... Dude, fuck it. I want to unbox it. Hold on. Let me see the roller. I haven't unboxed the roller yet. I want to see it. Let me look at my spool holder. Right. Alright. You guys want to see what $300 gets you from Epson? Dude, this is the thing that holds spools of paper that you have to buy and stick in the back of your printer. The spool holder is more expensive than most printers I've owned. Alright. Ah, look it. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm gonna do this for you guys. Okay? Alright?
Fancy rolling pin, D.
Alright, hold on. I gotta mute everything. Thanks for the 100 bits, Mel. Alright, you ready? Here you guys go. Wait. That was good. Yeah. Dark, hello, man. Yep. Well, that's cool. Not really much to do with it right now because I don't have any spools.
Yes, the ASMR.
So.
Fuck yes. Again.
No, I don't have anything else to peel off.
Again.
Wait, I do. Wait, hold on. I have some stickers here. Wait. Oh, that didn't do one. No, well. Ah. That was probably pretty loud. I'm sorry. You smacked the microphone. Oh god. Alright, back in the box with you, Smeagol. Back in the box, I said. Okay.
And just like that, it's gone.
Yep. Well, when I buy the $5,000 printer, I'll make sure to make a proper video of me peeling the plastic off, okay? Mm-hmm. Yeah, chills, right? Right, lady? Yeah, she knows. But Dark, seriously, thank you for the 6 months, Dark. And thanks, Mel, for the 200 bits, man. I appreciate it, guys. It does not make pasta, unfortunately, no. It does roll paper. So I'll be able to make... Where'd my pen go?
Question, Evan, we are all screwed in reality. Me, for example, I have been sucked back into Pokemon cards, lol.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait, why is my camera blurry? Okay, we're good. All right. No, Mel, don't get sucked back into Pokemon cards. The only cards needed are the Eldar trading cards, all right? Which I still don't know if you Americans are going to be able to get it without tariffs. I really hope so, because I'm going to try my best. Oh, God. The timing. But, like, yeah, so that means that now I can actually print the cards. So I'll be doing printing all day and all night. It does do large-scale printing, yes, Letty. That's the reason why I got it, is because I can use spool paper for it. So it can print 17 by whatever, 17 inches by whatever feet I want to make it.
Don't
so
worry, I won't be buying shit for a while, especially since I could be laid off in November again next
ooh, that sucks, bro. The unknown. Oh God. I'm sorry to hear that, Mel. It'll be fine. You'll just become a famous adventure writer and not need to worry about any of this shit, right? Right? Yeah. We should arrive Tuesday. Okay, so I'll have the ability to get. We need to get shipping tubes. We should probably go to the supply store then, Ella, and get shipping tubes. Crap. Dang it! You were just there. Well, I should have known better. Oh well. We didn't know I was buying the printer this week. Okay. We didn't know. We kind of had an idea, though. I should have just said something about it. Oh, well. That's my fault. I'll make the trek there on my own, then. Oh, no, they're closed when I'm off stream. Shit, I have to go before stream one day.
Well, I will be writing more in the future since everything is getting expensive.
Right?
But still got Kobold Press, and I'm going to be looking for new jobs.
Go,
regardless.
man.
So all the time for me to write smile.
Exactly. More time to write, more time to take your destiny. Do the amazing things. God damn, thanks for the bits though today, Mel. I really appreciate it. Don't be throwing bits at me if the work's gonna be a thing. Holy. Please. You gotta save up for don't be throwing bits at my dumbass. As much as I appreciate it, as much as it makes a massive difference to my stream. You got stuff coming up, man.
Don't worry about this tariff nonsense.
Yeah.
A mountain of money to you is a donation to your greatness, and your regards is simply forwarding me stuff I forgot at your house, Kappa.
Oh God, yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, I think so. Thank you for this, Dark. I think that it's actually exempt. I think.
Spend my money to the
think.
I love dearly
Okay.
and also want to support.
Oh man,
We're all in this together, but smile.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mel. Thank you. I think so. Ella did some digging, and it looks like art is exempt from tariffs. Like art that is produced in Canada, that's original work by a Canadian artist. So like fan art actually wouldn't be exempt from tariffs under that rule, which is a little funny. But original art made in Canada, printed in Canada, whatever, Canadian, blah, blah, blah. As long as it wasn't made overseas, I should be able to get to send like art down to the US exempt. I need to do it once just to make sure that it actually works. But well, getting my stretches real quick. But I think the cards will count as that. I think the cards will count as art prints. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure.
This is also a distraction,
so
as I forgot to send you the present I have for you, lol. That's my plan for next week is to
oh
send
man.
it.
All right. I'm excited. Thank you, Mel. Thanks for the bits, bro. I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for the hype train. Thanks for contributing to the Orbathon. I appreciate that. Oh god, I do all sorts of stretches now. Okay, I gotta do my wrist stretches now. All right, you ready? Ready? Everybody do your wrist stretches. All right, get in there. Yep, that's what we're doing for the next minute. Yes, it is the September Orbathon because subs are discounted. So every 100 sub points that I get this September, the orb increases by 1. All right, the orb increases in its power. If we reach 1,000 subs in rank 10, then I'm gonna have to do it. That thing that everybody has wanted me to do with the orb for forever at this point in time. I'm gonna do it. I promised. If the orb gains enough power through the month of September, I will finally do it. All right, I have agreed to, reluctantly. Y'all bulled me into it. You'll finally see it happen. Okay, so I did. Thanks for the 20 gifted subs, man. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. That's very generous of you. Thanks for contributing to the Orbathon.
That works, yeah. D.
What? The orb's power is already 177? Oh my god, the orb almost ranked up to 2? Could you listen, you guys know what happens when the orb ranks up to 2. Listen, that's crazy. Thank you so much, Dark. Thank you for your support. I hope that this September is treating you well. Thanks, Dark. Thanks for the 20 gifted subs. That's incredibly generous of you, dog. I seriously appreciate it. And thank you for the bits, Mel and entities. Wow, I can't believe we cheered, or we got 20 subs for our stream, right, guys? For our orb. Wow, can you believe that we are almost at rank 2 for the Orbathon, September Orbathon? Oh my god, can you believe it? I can't believe it. I'm shocked. I'm stunned, really, at this point in time. So, all right, dumb memes aside, thank you, Dark. That's very generous. So thank you for the subs. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the bits, guys. I really appreciate it. Again, especially this month because of the prints. So I'm really excited. I'm really excited to be doing much more high-end prints for everybody that wants them. So hopefully it wasn't a terrible mistake for me to spend way too much money on a printer. Hopefully it'll be worth it. But there was no way I was doing the trading cards without them being archival. And this way they'll last now for hundreds of years. So
my way into your priority shipping list, Kappa.
You're already there. What do you wait, what does a priority shipping list even look like? Bro, you god damn it. Thank you, Dark. Thanks there on the bits, man. If I caught you streaming, yo, Noodle King, what's up, dude? Welcome in. I'm glad I glanced down at my YouTube chat there briefly. Otherwise I would have missed you. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Yeah, priority shipping. Let's go. Oh man, I'm wondering if anybody's gonna want large scale prints at the conventions, or if I should even bother bringing them. You know, like, is anyone actually gonna want large scale prints at a con? I don't know, man. I'm really kind of anxious about it.
To be on it when it exists, Kappa.
Well, there's a secret list that we can't talk about, Dark. Yep. There's a secret list, obviously, that we can't talk about, so you're on that one. You're on as many secret lists as I'm willing to talk about on stream, so. Now, to get on the super uber secret priority list, ooh, well, even I'm not on that list, so I don't know how you're supposed to get on it. If I ever get on the list, I'll let you know, and then you guys know what to do. You guys know what to do. Yep. So I love to buy mine, but large prints, lady, because so the kind of work that I do isn't super popular at conventions. Most people want fan art, fair enough. And my prints are also more expensive because I don't mass order 25-cent prints. I print fine art, giclée, archival prints, which not a lot of people care about. So the thing is, if I have my large scale version of this painting that's I don't know, or my dragon or whatever, that's $100 for a huge version of it.
At least I'm on the secret list. Wait, what Uber secret list? I must know more.
Oh, I can't talk about it on stream. Thanks so much. That's Dark. God, yeah. I can't talk about it right now. The orb's not powerful enough, so I'm done. I'm sorry, I'm done beaming today. Okay, I'm done. Okay? Alright. I'm good. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done this time, actually. That was the last one. That was the last one. But yeah, I'm not sure people will like even my large like 13 by 19 prints aren't that popular at conventions because they're $50. And I'll see a lot of people look at my prints and be like, ooh, $50, like,
is it powerful enough now?
Jesus Christ. Stop it. Stop it. Oh my god, 20 gifted subs. Holy shit, Dark. Lightning caught a sub. Hey, I see that in there. Nick caught a sub. Nighthound Tier caught a sub. Who else from stream did I see today? Reaper caught a sub, man. Bro, thank you, dude. Thank you for okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, all right. Yep, I just did them a little while ago, but I'm gonna every time you remind me, Sabine. Thank you. Yeah. God damn it, Dark. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. I don't even know what's on an Uber secret list, but you know what? I guess it exists now. Yeah, I guess the orb has gained and grown in power. It's almost level 2. Can you believe our orb has almost ranked up to rank 2 and it's only the 9th? Can you believe that? I can't believe that. That's crazy, man. Who knew? So oh man. All right. I'm done with the memes, I swear. I said I was sorry, but Dark forced me. He forced my hand. I'm done. Sorry, El. Congratulations on your sub. Welcome to the guild. Welcome to the Dragon's Claim. Glad to have you in the old guild, as it were. God damn it, Dark. I can't meme around Dark. Dark's gonna take it seriously and just shove me in a locker. Call me a nerd. No matter what meme it is. I have to be careful. But thank you, Dark. I really appreciate it. You needed eraser dried out? Oh, you don't want a needed eraser. That's for people that use pencils. Come on, Cass. I like this one. You know what? I like this design. I need more of the ornate jeweled sort of head dress, whatever, hair ornamentation design. So this is good. This is exactly what I want. I need to do more of it. This like kind of net or whatever of like gold and silver and gems and a lot of like round faceted gem or round gems instead of faceted stuff. I think is gonna be important. So Cavachon, teardrop, whatever, that kind of stuff. Less of the like faceted sort of glittering diamonds and emeralds and things like that. Because I don't know, there is a little bit of the organic style of that, them being an underwater kind of culture that I want to put in there. I feel like hard edges are less found. Could be wrong. I've never lived underwater for any period of time, so. You sketch with pens, but I'm trying something new? Oh shit, man. Moving out of your comfort zone, I'm impressed. The Phoenix, Arizona office lost power. My office servers are based there. I can't do work I need to work on, but at least someone brought in donuts. Well, you know what? That's great, Sabine, because it means that you have time to not do work, but get paid still, I assume. Unless you all get sent home for the day and whatever, I don't know. Unless they run some kind of a scam. But I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure that no one will expect you to have done your work or whatever, get caught up on something today. I'm sure they'll be completely understanding with the situation. Right? That's how corporate culture works, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. Never mind. I'm positive it works like that. So yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be completely fine. I said what I said. All right. Azael earsies. Where are we at here? There we go. Make some a little bit sharper. Maybe give them some like jewels or whatever on some of the ears. Piercings and the sort. Our Azael dudes are gonna probably have like long hairstyles as well. Single braids, maybe not as ornate. I don't know. We'll mess around a little bit. See if we can do something cool here. Create a bit of a new concept, maybe, for merfolk. Is the USA tax deadline coming this Monday, so we need to get it done no matter what? Okay, yeah. Well, that's shitty then. We're ooh. The tax deadline in the fall? I guess I don't qualify for multiple tax deadlines. I just have my spring deadline. What? Corporations and big accounts have multiple? Oh god, can you imagine? Imagine being a $1 billion corporation having to pay taxes. Wait, what? Can imagine. Okay, I like this one. These two are my favorites so far. Those two right there. So far, I think I want to do another. Well, we could try another like kind of Twin Tails style thing, whatever. We're gonna do one more. One more. I said I'd do 8. Ooh, what the hell? I said I would do 8 today before we get into the other parts of it. Gotta do a good job for Sabina, right? If I don't do a good job for Sabine, she's not gonna trust me with her next overly attractive D&D character like Vesper. That people are gonna be like, you know what? I mess with that. And you're like, what? Really? Like, yeah, dude. Draw me a deranged druid as well. I'm like, okay, fine, man. Yep. Quarter fling, only a quarter thing. Oh god. Oh no. What is that? A half tiefling? What? How does that work? See an enemy like dreadlocks could be cool. I want to avoid the a lot of the organic sort of stuff that you see in typical merfolk. So like seashells, coral, that kind of thing. I'm trying to avoid that because I think that I want to do my best to give them a very kind of like a vibe of not really being like not having kind of the classical kind of merfolk stylings that we kind of come to expect. But I don't know if that'll be a good idea or not. We will see, but a lot like that's why I'm trying to, for the most part, do like braids and jewels and like kind of use that like gems and chandelier type thing. I don't really want to put seaweed or anemones or coral or anything in the designs right now. We'll probably try some of those later, but I want this round to be very like clean and kind of almost like elven-ish, sort of, maybe somewhere in that realm, if that's doable. Let's see about... We'll do like a little tiara type style thing. Like these sort of like wreath or whatever. Large like kind of strands or...
Visitors.
Let's see, man.
Exciting.
Lots of bubbles and round things. Yo, Joxid Art, thanks, or Joxid Art, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Hello. How was stream? How'd y'all fare today? Tell me if projects had hilarity ensued. Hope you guys had fun today on stream. Yo, go drop Joxid a follow. Go say hi, man. Make some new artist friends, yo. Go see what's up. We're kind of sort of referencing some of these other ones, but not really. We'll I just want there to be cool like braids, and I need to start pushing these designs and make them really wacky. They really feel quite different. Let's see if any of them stick. We'll do some gems on the bottom of her. Her little hair pigtail things. They really take time to like, I don't know, put these ornaments and stuff all through their hair. Why? Because they think it's fun, all right? Leave me alone. Because they enjoy the process or something. That's why. Thanks, you. I love your line work. Oh, dude, thank you. I appreciate that. We're doing some super rough sketches right now, so I'm a little embarrassed of the line work on display, but I appreciate that. It means a lot. Okay. We'll shove some of these down. They're kind of like bunched up and collected with little gold baubles and like, damn, you need pretty thick hair for this, but I don't care. I don't care if it's unrealistic. We're gonna figure it out. It'll be great. It'll be cool. Maybe we'll do like more of that like kind of wreathy style. I'm just kind of messing around right now. Talia, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you. Blackwater, what's up, M? What's going on, dude? M, I assume, right? I never like, dude, I never want to assume who's on the Blackwater account, but what's up? Yo. Dude, the Patreon changes are very exciting. I'm gonna get over there and take a look, alright? Like, seriously, the lore stuff you guys are doing is really rad. I'm always very, very impressed. 9% of the time it's me. Alright, I don't know, I just never want, like, I don't know who else would be on the account or whatever that would pop in a stream, so that's fair. But it's good to see you, Em. Yo, if you guys aren't if you aren't following Blackwater D&D, Blackwater D&D is one of my favorite, long-time favorite games that I watch on Twitch. Obviously, podcast everywhere else, but boom. Go follow Blackwater. They're really dope. They're one of my go-tos. Love the whole crew. Got a chance to meet a bunch of them actually. I mean, I don't think I met everybody, but I met like the majority of the cast and stuff at GameCon, which was lovely to finally put faces IRL to people that I've known on Twitch for years. So really, really, honestly, dope D&D enthusiasts unite. Love D&D Art, so 2 best things drop off by Joxon. Dude, welcome in, tell ya. Welcome in. Well, so for those who are new, most of the art that I do is for my campaign setting that I'm making an adventure in called the Realms of Eldara. So I'll do a whole bunch of concept art and stuff, like, you know, we're working on the Azael right now. So this is the sort of the merfolk option for players to play cool merfolk if they so choose. And yeah, I'm really excited because I really want people to enjoy these like new player options and stuff in the adventure. So hopefully people like it. You want to do a third little bun here? We could do a third little bun there. Why not? We'll give her just entirely unrealistic hair, like, quantities. Whatever. Maybe the Azael have particularly thick hair or something. But I want to give them, like, Padme Amidala, like, levels of weird. Like, there's some more base ones here, but we want to go and really push it with a couple of these designs. If you're never pushing it beyond, like, absurdity to the point where you don't think that it's even a practical design, are you even concept arting once in a while? So very rarely say anything, but I watch Blackwater when I can. It's a late night for me, though. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. It is later for me then. Like, I usually am in bed, like, I think before the show ends. I go to bed pretty early now on weekdays, so I can be up and at the gym early enough that I don't, like, wimp out of it. So, yeah, I get that. There's like a weird braid here that I don't know how to connect to her hair. Maybe we just kind of like collect it into, yeah, whatever, that works. Then it's kind of like being pushed underneath the like circlet diadem type thing. We'll have like more of the gems, the hanging kind of jewels. As I said, lanterns, chandelier, gems. The city, they're all going to be more like chandelier-y. So I want them to have like trailing, kind of like glittering buildings and stuff hanging down more like these lanterns. So I want to kind of express that in the other pieces of cultural garb, hairstyles, clothing, armor. Very ornate stuff. Even in their like warrior class kind of thing. I want them to be very ornate. Having hairstyles are top tier. Your designs are looking so good. Thanks, Brooklyn. That means a lot. If I can evoke anywhere near some of the like Doug Chang's designs, like I don't know who did Padme's hair designs. Let's say who's credited for some of Padme's hair designs and outfit and costume. This is the best art book I own. It is the Star Wars Episode 1 art book. All the original marker and ink drawings and stuff and pencil. Where is the section for Padme? Okay, here we go. Oh, Ian McCaig did this. Oh, no way. Okay, yo. So this, real quick, this is the section of the book that we're looking at. Where is it? Where's it? There we go. Look at these designs, man. Look at how good they are. I love some of this work. Yo, the Art of TK, thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate it. Let's see. Here, this is also Ian as well. Yeah. Then here. Like, seriously impressive work. I don't know why in fantasy we don't take more of the sci-fi leap once in a while, and not like tech, but like just in kind of some like Dune or Star Wars style kind of like sci-fi really fits into fantasy really well. Take cues from that. Okay, so Ian McCaig, hold up. That's so funny because Ian is one of my favorite ILM concept artists. I think he did the Razor Crest, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe Craig Mullins did. I don't know who did that, but yeah, you look at a lot of his designs here. Like even for later concepts and later movies, like it's just so like weird and out there and perfect. Like I haven't even seen this design before. I don't know what movie this would have been for. Like look at this shit, dude. This must have been a later movie because he has some of Natalie Portman's features in versus the original ones don't have any of Natalie Portman's kind of features in or resemblance whatsoever because they hadn't cast her at the time that they were like doing the original designs. But like this must have been one of the later ones because he definitely has her like her sharper eyebrows and like an allusion to her face shape. God, what a guy I'd like to meet someday. Ian McCaig, man. Of course he did Padme's designs. Of course. Him and like Doug Chang and a couple of other artists from ILM. Dudes that I would like. You remember when I said that all the best artists are just quietly working at studios under NDA? Guys like him are what I'm talking about. So I know, right? A big hat or hairpiece is the way to go. Yeah, for sure. I can't do anything like that, like ornamentation. Like I can't do like fabric and leather ornamentation for the Azael, but maybe I kind of want to do something for like the royal. There's like a royal family that the Azael have, and I kind of wanted to give them like these giant sort of like wreathing kind of like head ornamentations. Maybe we'll do some of that design today, actually. Why not? We're on the topic. It is a concept art day, so that's not a bad idea. Maybe we'll do some of the royal family stuff as well. Okay, let me clean this the hell up because it's a pretty messy design. It took me a minute to get it, so occasionally when we get a design this messy, It needs to be. We gotta save it. We gotta save it, man. So we gotta clean this up, and then it'll be our last design that we have for our sort of feminine hairstyles, and we'll do the masculine ones after. We'll keep building out our character options. I think like I might grab like 4 or 5 of these and put them in the book for the Azael entry. I definitely like ones that I don't like. I don't think I like any of the idea of the Azael having their hair down like this, except the fact that Narya does, right? The one piece that I have with the Azael, she does. So maybe I have to have 1 or 2 of them, but that could be an exemption. I really like this one. 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 Maybe we'll put this one in as well and just leave these out because they're a bit underdeveloped, and I think pushing it further was the right call. The Azael hairstyles should be kind of weird, I think, and like out there and overly ornate. Not that Azael players have to play like that, obviously, but I just want to give it as an option for like the cultural sort of thing for Azael. Otherwise, you know, if everybody's just not, you know, doing anything interesting, then you got a whole bunch of boring ass player characters out there. Padme is an icon, I agree. What scales ornamentations? That's interesting. So scales, I could see definitely like scales being a piece of like a feature. I think that I want to give them scale mail on their warrior class. As far as like jewelry and ornamentation, I don't know. Haven't really tried any of that yet. We could do some of that in there, like in the clothing. I think that for the hair specifically, I want the hair to really emphasize the jewel, the chandelier and jewel part. So I want the hair ornamentation to be extremely unique and glittering and like, you know, iconic if I can. In that Padme icon kind of way. And then things like scales, we can put that into their clothing patterns, things like that. We'll look at some maybe like Japanese patterns for like fish scales they have in some like ukiyo-e printing and old things like that, and some fabric prints. Scales are definitely something that I'm willing to, as far as organic materials, to kind of like build in a little bit. But for the hair, I really want to keep it just like jewels and metal, and try and like stay away from a lot of the trope kind of like, or I don't know, organic shells and things like that, and really move away from it so that you don't feel like these are sort of your Disney brand mer people or your like Greek kind of mythology sirens and merfolk and whatever. So we'll see if we can get something kind of unique out of it. But I have a pretty clear vision that I'm trying to reach with them, and part of it, my intuition is to make sure that the hair stays as sort of otherworldly, alien, ornamental as possible, and not having any of the seaweed organic themes. Like even in their seal, they have this kind of seaweed like wreath here, but even though that's in their royal seal, I'm still trying to keep that intentionally away from their hair. I have a very strong like goal in mind with it, and I think that I need to arrive at it. I might change my mind, but just for now, I'm trying to trust my gut. It's like on the Astral Knights, I changed my mind and gave them chest armor, like breastplates, instead of just like having the appendage armor and like the monk robes. I gave them that breastplate option because I think that it's a great option to have for them. Even though I was dead set on not doing it, I had to really think deep about it, but I don't regret not doing it for so long because I think that it was the kind of thought pattern that led me to a more interesting design. You know what I mean? So even if I'm not like, even if I'm kind of dismissive of an idea right now, it might come back later on and be time to sort of like jump into it. But I think it's really important to have a clear vision of when you're trying to explore a single idea and concept. Like concept work is something that is not really done all that often, I guess, in the public eye. For like Twitch or whatever, you don't really see a lot of concept work done. It's mostly illustrative. So sometimes the process might seem a little counterintuitive or weird, and I'm definitely okay with that. I'll try and explain my thinking, but it might seem like kind of like weird or whatever. Like, why isn't he exploring this or that concept? It seems so obvious or so good. And then later on, he just did it anyway. So it's like, come on, man, why are you wasting time? But trust the process. That's what I got to do. Did you find the sketch concept art? I'm glad you like it. Like, I really hope that this is the kind of stuff that I can throw into the, like imagine the sort of the page entries for the Azael, like you would have any other D&D race or species in whatever edition you're looking at, you know, you'd have them in there and have like a little bit of art for them. But I really want to have like a good like 2 or 3 pages of extra just like art of like, you know, different hairstyles and cultural things and clothing and armor, so that players like, I'm kind of treating like my books are almost me treating myself as an art director and treating the players as artists themselves. I think that D&D doesn't do that enough. They don't sort of like treat, it's not that they don't treat their players with respect. They don't give them enough opportunity to be able to kind of like create, I don't know. It's not, I wish they would art direct a little more and show more concept and stuff in D&D. So that's my intuition is to do that, and goddamn it, I'm going to do it. And maybe people will hate it and be like, I don't care about your designs, Evan. I'm playing whatever thing I want anyway. But I'm hoping I can kind of inspire a little bit of that. Like maybe somebody who didn't want to normally play a merfolk will see the patterns or the ornate design or whatever and be like, oh, that's pretty cool. I'm going to play something I don't usually play. That would be the goal for me. So the Daggerheart book did really well. Something we hope to do for future Blackwater books. Oh, really? I mean, so man, the more I hear about Daggerheart, the more I think it's not a game for me. I think that Drawsteel is going to be much more on my speed. A lot of the narrative stuff they do, the combat is really nice in Daggerheart, but a lot of the narrative stuff they do or world building stuff is just not my vibe, not for the kind of games I run. But I still want to buy the Daggerheart book because it looks really awesome. But I really wanted to find the collector's edition version of the book, but it's on eBay for like $800 now. So I need to just go buy the book. I guess the book's only $70 Canadian. I should just go buy it. I should just go buy the damn book. I don't know what I'm I don't know what I'm doing. I just go buy it. Because yeah, I think there's a lot of really great art and stuff in it and a lot of like cool visuals. So yeah, I need to just go buy the book. I don't know why I haven't. I'll probably buy it like maybe from either if it's at Edmonton Expo, I'll probably buy it there. Or sorry, yeah, Edmonton Expo. If one of the vendors has it there, or if not, then I'll probably buy it after. Because I'm not gonna have a chance to even look at it before Edmonton Expo, for like maybe even October. So I guess I'm in no rush, but I should probably just buy the damn book. So I'm obsessed with you. I love this approach. Oh man, you're always way too like. I hope you understand how humbling and what a deep honor it is to feel so loved and appreciated by people I look up to in my space as creators so much. Like just you make my day. All right. I appreciate you, appreciate you and the whole crew. You're all some of my favorite people I've met on my little Twitch journey. So, man, I just want to be cool like you guys when I grow up. Okay. Yeah, I think that the hairstyles where we push it a little, like I think that these would look better if I clean them up more. So I might do that. And then maybe what I'll do is I'll probably actually no, I'm not cleaning them up more. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use them as a base sketch and do a really high, properly rendered sketch. Because one of the things that I'm really proud of that I've developed in the last year is a big problem artists have that I've suffered from for most of my life is the problem of when you have a sketch, it has a really nice quality to it. And when you do line work on top of it, you lose that. And I've been trying really hard to just force these things together and try and merge it. And so now I'm actually confident that if I do a proper line work over this, I can maintain that sketch. So I'm not going to redo these. I'm going to use these as base and do proper versions of it. That's what we're going to do, okay? That's what we're going to do. So I'm not going to worry about it. We're just going to finish them. So I probably shouldn't be taking so much time on making them look a bit like... I probably could have done an extra design or two today, but look, man... The one important thing is to get out of your way. Is to move out of the way of the creative flow, dog. Just move out. Just get out of your own way, man. Whatever makes the process feel good. That's the right answer. That's the path, dude. Or something. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't listen to me. I'm not a real artist. There's probably some concept artist at a studio out there that would adjust his glasses and sip his coffee slowly at me. There's probably some famous illustrator out there that does concept work for books. She would just scoff at me and roll her eyes and then be done with my nonsense. But I'm still going to trust the process for me right now. Alright. This is cool. Okay, yeah, never mind. I like this. The more jewels, the more ornate, the more dumb little hair bubbles we put in here, the better. And then what else is on the list real quick so I know? The list has, so we have the Seal the Crest. We need to do our main title illustration, hairstyles. Oh, tail styles. Oh, I forgot about that. We need to do more of these like tail style. Ooh. I think our merfolk royalty are going to have like really extravagant, like kind of beta fish style long tails. Like you could imagine, what I'm imagining is something like imagine like a throne or whatever.
We're here for the Canadian Orb Cult meeting.
It's not a cult. Wait. Actually kind of is this week or this month. You know what? Actually, Moose, this month while there's an Orbathon, it is absolutely a cult. While there is an Orbathon, never mind. You're absolutely right. It is a cult. So, thanks, bro. But I imagine this like throne with our royal seal here. And I imagine like the sort of the monarch. I think the monarch is going to be the empress. Imagine her just sitting there, her hair flowing all like, you know, her tail. Imagine her tail kind of like swept behind. And then the fins kind of coming out. And forming this like, just like ridiculous kind of like, I don't know. This ridiculous frame, this amazing silhouette of just like extravagant royalty. Something along those lines. You know, maybe not that big, but you get the idea, get the picture of just like, I don't know, some sort of like extravagant kind of thing going on with the royals' tails. What's up, Ella? What do you need to show chat? What is it?
So my
Oh my god. Okay, one
It's
sec.
not
One
full.
sec. One
It's
sec.
not done.
Sec. All right. It's not full or done. Ella,
It will be clear.
that is a shaman for the Pokemon nerds, which Ella has shaman nails and made matching Pokemon dice for it.
That's all.
That's Lady Blackwood right there. That is Ella Blackwood. Okay, that's pretty cool. This is dope, actually. The dice, the nails, neither. No, don't appreciate either. Sabine, actually appreciate the dice. No, don't encourage her to get the nails. That's pretty cool, dude. That's dope. You're keeping this one, right? You have to keep this one. Shaman's your favorite Pokemon. You have to keep your first Shaman die. That's sick, man. I know you've got a lot to do though. I told Chad about your retail space, so I'm very excited. Is that casting a blank? You cast all your Pokemon dice in blanks?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, that's how you avoid the bubbles. Okay. Right. Right.
And then I
Okay. Didn't realize that the Pokemon dice were multicasts like that. Fair enough. Okay, bye. Lady Blackwood herself. Alright. Thanks, Ella, I guess. No, Brooklyn, you're not supposed to encourage. Damn it. I've been betrayed. I've been betrayed by my overly supportive VIPs, okay? I suppose that's why you have the badge. Just relentless positivity. Never mind, continue on. Alright, you win this one. I yield to you both. Okay. Where were we? We'll do a little bit more on this, and then we'll figure out maybe our royals or something. I also have to finish that piece for Cookie Monsteve. It was one of the last request commissions that I'm doing for a little while. Maybe I'll put up a full character or two or something like that, because I would like to do some full characters for like videos, and if I'm just not only doing portraits, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'll put up a couple for Edmonton Expo and have some slots open. I felt so dumb at GameCon where I opened up a bunch of slots like a couple days beforehand, and they all got just devoured. Oops. Would have been bad if I merged those layers down without checking. Okay. I'll have to open some slots for Edmonton so that when I go to the convention, people aren't just saying, hey, what do you mean you do character requests? There's no slots open, idiot. I'll say, I'm sorry, my bad. Fuck, I was gonna try and have a dragon piece done before then as well, like a new dragon. Crap. What do you guys think? Could I get a dragon done in a week and a half? Full dragon painting? That's ambitious, but I could probably do it if I really pushed. I just do maybe a bunch of like late night streams on the alt channel. Record process, just full lock in. I gotta keep everything balanced though. I'm trying to maintain balance between everything right now. Like I'm trying not to give up too much time in the gym or for writing stuff. I'm trying so hard with the balance thing. It's going poorly, but I'm finally doing it. Microwave, if you want to get more stuff done for Edmonton. No, I'm happy to get, because I don't want to deliver the other two things for you until we get the third character in. And that'll be a stream. That'll be a really fun stream for a character, and I'm very happy to do that before, like, this week. That'll be a lot of fun. No, that's not an issue at all. It's just one more character portrait to fit in there. Totally fine. Steve, I appreciate that. Thank you for being, like, willing to say, hey, man, don't worry about timing or whatever. That does mean a lot. That understanding is appreciated, but it shouldn't be an issue. So, Beeblator? Did I say that right? Biobliterator? No, hold on. Biobliterator? Dude, my brain this late into stream. I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. Listen, trying to read names on Twitch after I've been in draw mode is the bar is on the floor, but I'll get a shovel, all right? I'll always get a shovel. Never assume I wouldn't. Oh, can't forget the ears. The ears are important. Azael ears are gonna be, well, I don't know. What is an aquatic ear like? Usually they're just holes, right? It's not like any fish that have like real ears, right? Fish just have little ear holes. Wait, do fish have ear? Or do they just vibration water? Do fish have ears? Yes, okay. It's an internal one, not an external one, right? It's the reptiles that have an external hole. The fish have an internal ear. That's what it is. Okay. Okay. So we don't really have, we're really pulling in for like our Azael here, for Narya or whatever. We're really pulling in some of that like humanoid aspect of it for Azael by giving them these kind of like merfolky, like old school ears. That's okay. A little bit of that expected, whatever, merfolkness is totally fine, I think. It's not a problem. His big frilly fin ears. Shy does have amazing ears. That's right. Yeah. Lateral lines, so they hear the water through their skin. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, they can like hear the vibrations in the water and stuff, right? Yeah. Okay. That's so rad. Well, I think we're gonna give our aquatic folk ears. I don't care. It's fine. Because like, so all of the anthro and sort of other D&D kind of classic race species, whatever, like the Rokari, whatever, they're all based off of proto-elves. So they all are going to have a slightly elven-like feature to them. And so having big pointy merfolk ears or elf ears on our merfolk is actually kind of in line with how the merfolk came to be for the realms. So that's fine. I don't mind that. This is okay. We can have slightly non-realistic underwater ears. That's okay. I started concentrating as learning random facts while researching. I know, right? The stuff that I learn. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Okay. Finish our little hair bubbles here. We'll finish our little hair bubbles. It'll be dope. Give them echolocation like dolphins. You can say their head contains a melon. I should give them echolocation? I don't know, man. You want your cool Azael paladin to just be in the dark, just clicking and shit? But I have dark vision because I have echolocation. Shut up, Daniel. No. Go home. But I live here. Damn it. Alright, then I'm leaving. D&D drama, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. This is cool. I like these ones. You just get progressively fancier as you go from right to left, I'm realizing. Even though I went top row, then bottom row. Like how that happened. I think I did the one top row one day and this the second day. So it's like you just need to go progress. You just start reasonable and then just go progressively more ridiculous as you get further along in the process. Yeah, I like that one. Alright, good designs, guys. We got some good ones in there for our Azael today. Nice work, everybody. Good hair designs. Now we gotta do some exploratory stuff with fins. I mean, like, if you search, like, merfolk, or, like, I don't know, mermaid. If I search mermaid fins, am I gonna get the ones people can wear? God damn it. I knew it. I knew it. I searched the word mermaid fins, and I regret it. Yo, they're expensive. What? Bro, you want to buy a mermaid tail? It's just gonna cost you hundreds of bucks. What the hell? Okay, anyway. What are some of the historical? It's always good to check some of like the established norms before we dive into it. You can't bring up mermaid concept art though on stream. That's a dangerous click. Yeah, it seems like it's pretty standard. People just do like kind of your pretty safe fin shape for the most part. I see a couple wacky things. Is that a double tail mermaid? That's weird. Please don't do that. I didn't need that in my day. Oh, what the fuck? It's like legs, but each is a mermaid tail. Okay, anyway. Oof. Yeah, what the hell, man? The hell, dude? Some interesting things happening here, but a lot of our mermaids are pretty standard fare. You know, it's kind of a cool vibe that I think might be work is giving our merfolk like maybe kind of like fin like wings, right? Like if we give our them like their fin tail, whatever. And then we kind of think about giving them like sort of almost got a little merfolk spellcaster here real quick. Imagine we give them like we'll do our hair bobble. Oh, I kind of botched that. Oh well, whatever. Imagine we gave them like kind of like fin wings almost. Kind of almost like fairy like or whatever. How would that look? Not bad. So I thought we were holding like a astral sage staff or something. And then our like Azael kind of. Something kind of sagey. Glowy material. Then having these really nice, like, kind of thin wings almost. What that would be like. Maybe even off their arms, so you'd have like what do we want to do? Let's yoink this one again. What if they had them kind of coming off of their arms, sort of like if you think of like Yuna's sleeves from Final Fantasy X? Those kind of like long kimono sleeves that you have when you're before you're married. When you have a kimono, you have these like really, you have like longer sleeves. We did something like that, like very long, thin. Give like more options here, I guess. That could be kind of rad. These could be kind of cool, actually. Anything to just sort of like change the form and the movement of it. Flying squirrel like flaps. Well, I don't know about that. That's a little practical, don't you think? Fancy curtain tassels, exactly. Mertailor is the best place if you're gonna wait. Mertailor, is that actually a thing? I'm not sure if you saw it before, but check out the Natural History of Mermaids by Emily Hawkins. Well, let's see. That'd be a good example. Natural history. Yeah, history of mermaids. Emily Hawkins. A Natural History of Mermaids. Hawkins, Emily, Rue, Jessica. Ooh. Let's see. Oh, this is cool. It's a book. Yo. They got like lineages and shit. Oh shit, this is a dope book. Wait, how much is it? Is it on Amazon? It is on Amazon. Canada? It's $40. That's not bad. Read sample. Read sample. Let me see. Natural History of Mermaids from the Notebook of Darcy Delmare. Ooh. They got a lot of art going on here. Mer sharks. Mermaid sightings. Oh, this is the whole like lore and myth and stuff as well. This is great. Ooh, okay. I might grab this in for the Azael. We'll see. A Natural History of Dragons, A Natural History of Magical Beasts. Wait, this is a whole series, dude. Natural History of Fairies. Ooh, I may need the fairy one for doing the AWAR, which I think the AWAR are going to be more fae-like than other short folk, like gnomes and hobbitses and shit. Closer to fairies and pixies and stuff, so. Interesting. Thank you for the recommendation. What's up, Catchy? Wing fins are nifty. I think they're kind of cool, aren't they? You know? It changes the silhouette a little bit, right? I was obsessed with this series and has all of them. That's awesome. What a great thing for the imagination. Like in the whole series, they're absolutely stunning and the story is beautiful. You know, I don't know. I've been wanting to buy more physical books and spend less time looking at stuff on my screen, spending more time intentionally studying. There's like a thing that happens for me when I'm away from my computer, like fully, and I can study. I've been doing a lot of studying at that desk. So like when I'm reading through the Silmarillion or other like myth and stuff that I'm reading right now, there's something about having a really nice copy of the book, like a nice hardcover, and I have my book, my notes, and my music, and I can just sit there for like 2 hours and make notes and stuff, and then I take those notes over to when I'm working. It's helpful. So I'm like in the market for good books right now and this kind of stuff. So I might actually check those out then. The fairy one might be the pick, even if I don't get the mermaid one. But it's kind of topical, isn't it? So. I talked most of them, but we just updated our Patreon and rolled it out yesterday. Yeah, dude, I hope the reception was great because you guys really impressed me with the upgrades, updates, and cool things y'all are doing over there. Could do one giant sort of dorsal fin, you know, on our merfolk. That doesn't feel as good as like wings and stuff, so I don't know. The wings that maybe we like, I don't know, maybe I just like allow for all these concepts to just sort of hit the book and whatever, you know, whatever works or whatever is chosen by players can kind of work out. Because ultimately, like, the first design of the Azael was pretty standard, but I did have some extra fins and stuff on the actual fishtail, which is pretty cool. And then I had this like cape that she was wearing, this kind of like cloak cape, but it'd be kind of cool if the like that was like more fin, you know? I don't think this is intended to be more fin. Oops. I think this was intended to be a cape, like kind of a tattered, worn cape that sort of looked like her hair or her fins. So that could be kind of dope, man. You know? We have fancy guppies and mollyfish for inspiration. Mollies are too unfortunate. Guppies, definitely. Absolutely. Guppies and bettas and things like that. Mollies and platies, those fish are way too unfortunate. Yeah, I just can't take them seriously. They just... I mean, I do have two betas in there, but they're pretty short fins because they're both females. Female bettas don't get nearly as much fin as the male counterparts.
How exciting.
Robbie, dude, what's up, man? What's going on, Robbie? Hello, friends. How y'all doing? Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome for a very late entry to Mermaid. That's what we're doing today. But, yo, if you guys aren't following Robbie, and you like anything that I ever do when I'm talking about, you know, world building and mechanics and things like that, the conversations over there are immaculate. Also other things, but you know, just that part of my stream relates really well over there. So what's up, Jay? Good to see you. What's up, Ish? What's going on, guys? How you doing, man? Good to see all y'alls. Welcome in. Yeah, if you guys aren't following Robbie, please go fix that. If you guys are new here today, we're doing some concept development. Somebody on my coffee paid for a commission slot so that I would develop stuff for my adventure world, which is a new thing I'm doing in my coffee. Is I have sponsored Eldara concepts and things like that. So if people want to reserve commission slots that I'd normally have for other people's work, they want to very generously reserve a commission slot for me to work on something for Eldara related. Then I make them a promo and I do some other cool stuff for them as a thank you. And so Sabine wanted to see the Azael come to life. And currently, the only real thing we have in concept for the Azael, which is our merfolk, is this one piece right here of a character named Narya of Ithrathari, as well as some other little concepts of their like cities and some of the like they're supposed to be very chandelier-like in their cities. So we've done a little bit of concept art for them, but today we're really getting into it and doing some real big sketchies. So I pronounced it Ko-Fi and no one said anything. Well, I always said Ko-Fi as well, but then at least 3 people had aneurysms. And they're like the FBI contacted me. They're like, hey, what? Multiple people have dropped dead while watching your stream. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, it was on this day at this time. What were you doing? I'm like, I think I mispronounced coffee. And they just started just in chat, and they were just losing their mind, man. And then they all just immediately stopped. And apparently they all just immediately, their brain exploded, and they went and became mind flayers. So now the government is trying to cover up the fact that there are mind flayers in the woods. Where do they go? Naturally, the Appalachian Mountains, because that's where you go if you're a cryptid. So sorry for the people of West Virginia that you have mind flayers rolling through your forest, but if anyone's prepared for it, you guys are. That's what happened last time I pronounced it Ko-Fi on Twitch. True story. True story, man. I think you pronounce however you want, yeah. I always say Kofi. I don't think there's a wrong... Okay. Let's see what Coffee says. How to pronounce Ko-Fi. So I would want to say Ko-Fi as well. The name coffee is pronounced coffee with the emphasis on the first syllable. Wait, is this the... That doesn't seem like it's... How to pronounce coffee? This is a Twitter poll someone had. Wait, this is useful. wait, this is from them. this is from them. How many of you truly know how to pronounce whatever the name is? Kofi or Kofi, coffee or sorry, Ko-fi, coffee versus Kofi. So half of the world says that it uses this says Kofi. 53%, you got it right. The answer is Kofi. Rhymes with no fee. So those people that threw absolute temper tantrum hissy fits, that lost their minds because I pronounced it Kofi, they, to think after all of this, were wrong. Oh my god, what do we do with this information? You listen to the Old Gods of Appalachia? No, but I've heard a lot of cool stuff, like good references for like, what is it, like the American mythological story. I want to. That's like one of the few things that has been on my radar for a little while, and I've heard people talking about it. So I need to go see it. There it is, man. Everyone who believed in Kofi had won. 53% of people. So, yo, always Scarly J. Thanks for the follow. I think I said that right. Always Scarly J. Hope so. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate you. You sounds like Kafefe. Yes, that's the other one. They didn't want to put it on Twitter. They didn't want to, you know. It's the best audio fiction anthology series out there, hands down. I keep hearing this shit. People keep recommending it for me while I'm like I don't know, doing work or whatever, and I need podcasts and shit to listen to. So, fuck. No one's mentioned it in a little while, in a couple weeks. So, maybe this will be my reminder to go in there. As a Kofi truther, I feel vindicated. You are. I mean, there's only one correct answer. It would have been so funny if they just left it here. I'm glad they say it is pronounced Kofi. Rhymes with no fee. Wow. So, on my Kofi, that's where it is. That's where people do the sponsorship things. Is Kofi. Wait, do I have it? There it is. That's people who are doing the sponsorships. So, I need to update the list because a bunch of people like yoinked different ideas from it, but the Azael were on that list. So that's where I've been doing these, is that people have been more or less yoinking small commission slots for me to get Eldara stuff done. The first person was Aduria, who didn't do it through Kofi. Aduria just sort of told me, he was like, yeah, nerd. He took it like a drag from a cigarette and blew smoke in my face. You're gonna do your Geminos for me, all right, nerd? And I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, Miss Duria, or Mr. Duria, Duria. But yeah, I don't think. Okay, yeah, so, all the slots are sold up for this stuff. So I think I don't know. I seriously think I might do one full character design request or something like a month. But I think that once people are getting a full character piece done, they want more than just a portrait, or they want more input than just a portrait. So I don't know. I don't know, man. Anyway, that's on Kofi. That's what we're doing today for the Azael is a sponsored project. So thank you, Sabine, for the sponsored project. Appreciate that. Issa, I'm not going to try that today because I'm going to get it wrong. But thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. They have a TTRPG. Wait, really? For the old god, that's a lot more serious and substantial than I thought. Damn. Okay, I'm impressed. I was impressed before, but now I'm truly impressed. Okay, what next? We could do our Finn styles. That's what we were doing. Could do some city stuff too and take a bit of a break from the character options. Could do our male masculine hairstyles as well. Or we give everybody who's an Azael super dope ornate hair. Alright? The Dark dropped from the sub bomb and disappeared to make dinner and I'm now subbed. Yes, Dark just hurled 40 subs at me today. Because Dark was determined to get the orb to rank 2 for the Orbathon. The Orbathon has been a roaring success. The orb is almost rank 2. Okay? Every 100 subs this month, because it is the September discount, the orb will rank up by 1. What happens when the orb ranks up? Well, I already went over that, so I don't want to, I don't want to make too big of a deal of it. But Dark demanded. He demanded it, so he almost got there. The Orbathon? Yes, it is the Orbathon. Shit. Wait, my camera went blurry again. Come on. Camera? Please? Bro, why am I blurry? The hell? Wait, do you need more light on me? Is that the problem? Oh, there we go. Okay, hold on. Let me just lock my zoom, my focus. Camera. The camera goes through metas where for a couple weeks at a time, I don't know why, it needs to have its like autofocus turned off. And I need to do it like every single stream for like 2 weeks. And I don't know why. And then I just forget one day and then it stops doing it. So, all right, there we go. What is the orb? Oh my god, the orb is a very ancient meme in this stream, Robbie, dating all the way back to March. I don't know how to describe it without it sounding stupid. That's the problem. I don't know how to describe it. So I will aggressively say it's not a cult. Every month, except during an Orbathon, it is a cult. It is absolutely a cult during the Orbathon. So, oh, I forgot the timer. I forgot the arbitrary timer for the Orbathon. Shit. Okay, tomorrow there will be a timer. Maybe I'll do that later today. Crap, I can't believe I forgot the timer. Damn it. Sorry, guys. Ponder it. What's up, Alana? I know, right? Okay, let's do the tail styles. We had a couple here that were memes, but I actually want to like do a couple of like real tail style pieces. So let's yoink one of these and then just do some more, I guess. We'll fit these in. Oh god, in our early designs. Oh boy, there's so much to do. We'll just create a little rad kind of thingy here for them. Early designs. Let's move them up somewhere like right here. Shrink them down. Slap them over there. Ooh, not there. Not there. Not there. Not there. Okay. They can just sit up there. We'll actually do some serious designs here, okay? So let's do some safe designs like we were doing before, and then we'll move into the more ridiculous ones as we progress through. Let me just clean up this little sketch a little bit and make it a little more clear as to what we're doing, and then we'll copy it out and do 1,000 little designs, all right? It'll be awesome. We'll make our little merfolk here a little more clear as to what's going on. And we can also leave some room for some of our other designs and stuff. And it will be dope. This was a pretty old one, so I probably should have just done a new one altogether, but whatever, man. You can't stop me. I'll be as lazy as I want when I'm doing concept. It's all about efficiency at this point. Okay, we'll start with the base. I think the base will be probably just this, and then we can replicate this a couple times. Grab it. Oh, let me... fill in some little shade details here first, and then we'll yoink. Clean up some of our lines because it's too messy. Clean this down a little bit. Okay, now we can do it. What the hell did I just do? Dude, why is it occasionally just zoom in like that? Once in a while. It just ruins my day, especially if I'm recording. How dare you be lazy? I know, right? Concept art, though. You're supposed to. It's like part of the plan. People see you, like, cut corners all the time. You're like, hey, man, that's a real concept artist right there. You cut those corners, dog. Okay. We'll start pretty safe, pretty natural to the merfolk form, and then do some weird stuff. So we'll start with our sort of sharp tail designs here that we had before. Reference those in there a little bit, and then really go for it with some more like wing-like stuff, doing our little back fins and all that kind of stuff in there that we did today. Like a build your mermaid moment, exactly. Well, that's what Sabine like commissioned me to do, is to build the Azael out for the Realms of Eldara so that people could create their Azael. So that you, Alana, could create your very own Azael character for the Realms of Eldara and play a canon-friendly option for your playthrough of the Realms of Eldara. Because we all know that's, you know, something that you want to do, right? Right? The mean blowfish one? Listen, we don't talk about... I forget what fish this one was, the one up here. This was like some derp, like sunfish. Is this a sunfish? Hold on. I was asking for... Yeah, this is a sunfish, I think. Just one of these super unfortunate guys. Because I was like, we need more tail designs. And someone was like, sunfish. Looked it up, I was like, really? So if you want like a whole unfortunate sunfish, or puffer, the jellyfish, the octo, squid, whatever. Listen, we got designs for you, dude, okay? Listen, I'm serious about this. We got designs ready for you. You want to be an awkward sunfish merfolk that can't swim anywhere? Because don't forget, in the Shattered Sea, merfolk can also fly. Lionfish. Ooh, yeah, that's a great idea. Okay, we'll look at that. We'll look at that too. First campaign you ever run as a DM will be Eldara. You're gonna run your players through the Horizon adventure, or you're just gonna do a freeform Realms of Eldara adventure. Is this your way of telling me you have no intention of ever running a campaign, Alana? Is that what you're saying? Right? I'm thinking there's ulterior motive here. Intent to offend. What's good, Legion? Got a busy week this week, but it's stacked with the like social things and stuff, so here's hoping it's fun as it is tiring. Ooh. That is a lot. That's a lot, Salesian. Why are you going out being social? Bro, that's the exact opposite move. I say as I'm lonely every night in my art hovel, making art. Desperate for the social attention of friends that I gave up because I had to work too much. It's tough being an artist, man. You must suffer for your creation. Otherwise, is your creation even really worth it? This only applies to Gundam model kits, by the way, and Warhammer 40k, not real art, so yeah. Cuttlefish frills? What is a cuttlefish frill? Oh, yeah, they have like the... Oh, yeah, they're kind of like squid, right? That's a cuttlefish. Right? I think. That could be kind of interesting. Do them sort of like, you know... I don't know how it'd look. Figure it out, alright? One at a time. One idea at a time. We'll get there. We'll arrive there eventually. And then what I'll do is I'll do these for the actual like print version. I will do these as more like in like 3/4 view, so they're a little more organic and less awkward for our tail designs. So don't worry, I'll make these look a lot more interesting for the book. But right now we're just going to do some development and stuff on it, and then see how we feel about it. We'll go from there, right? Leafy sea dragon. What is a sea dragon? Is that an actual fish, or are you like, is this like a mythological thing? Like dragons that are from the ocean but are like seaweedy? I don't know if this is a real thing we were referencing right now or not. I'd believe a leafy sea dragon is absolutely something that we call something in the ocean. I absolutely believe it. Those type of seahorse. Oh, okay. She knows what I'll say, but can I be a multiple armed sunfish? Let me get a chart up for what that what that means here. We have a chart for this. So we already did this. We already figured this out with yeah. We already figured this out actually. So the multiple armed sunfish. We actually had somebody do this with cat ears. Yeah, the multiple armed sunfish is down in the do not be afraid, the be not afraid version. So this we could do a chart for merfolk. The sunfish is this right here, and the multiple armed sunfish takes that. It being a sunfish moves it over in the axis to the right to this one, but it also multiple arms moves it down to the bottom right corner of unhinged. So this is, if we were to remake the chart, this is where multiple armed sunfish would be in the be not afraid category of cat girl ears versus human ears. So yeah, I don't know if we can evoke like I'm afraid if we have the multiple armed sunfish, then we will accidentally and inadvertently summon a the great old one. So they're like or squid but chibi. Yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, they're cute. Okay. Look, maybe. Okay. Look, I'm all ears. Oh no, that was one of the cat options. Wait, I'm an industry plant for big cat ear. Don't tell chat, Solution. Don't tell chat. They can't know. Wait, this is a World of Warcraft stream now. I never streamed art. Delete the VODs. Pour Kool-Aid on the servers. Screwdriver the hard drives. Clinton the emails. What else? Fuck. What else do we do? Corporate espionage the accountant books. I don't know what else. Yeah. Give Vitruvia and Mamba merfolk vibes. No, it's definitely be not afraid. Trust me. Yeah, what is that chart even? Slesion, you've never seen that chart? That chart's an important critical piece of our history as artists. This is a guide, right? This is why, like, you know that you can't do... You can't... So neither of these options are valid. You can't have human ears and cat ears. You also can't have cat ears hidden. If you've played Final Fantasy XIV, you know that every cat ear has to be human ears hidden. You can't have cat ears on the side. You can't have human ears on the top. You can't have cat with human ears. You can't have cat with human and cat ears. You can't have cat with human ears on top and cat ears on side. You certainly can't have cat with human ears on side and human ears on head. That's called Hellspawn. All right. You can't have cat ears on side and cat ears on head. You can't have ear with cats with ear on side and ear on top. And you certainly can't have be not afraid. So, like, if you're an artist, there's only one option for that one. Yeah. I don't know. Final Fantasy 14 is irrelevant. Oh shit, we got some Warcraft apologists in here. Okay. Do you think there will be a deep water variant of this race? Something that are more creepy angler Hellspawn? Oh, Hellspawn, an accurate cat angel. I don't know why people call the wheel angels biblically accurate. Those are apocryphal. Doesn't matter, I don't know. Anyway, I'm going down a myth rabbit hole recently. So the darker sort of deep sea angler fish, like, okay. there's an opportunity for that. So everything that comes out of the abyss in the Shattered Sea is horrifying. Now, for the longest time, the abyss just had creatures and monsters and things like that. People that fell down to the abyss would get repurposed, resurrected as these like ghouls, really creepy, sort of like water-soaked abyssal monstrosities, things like that. Azael that fall down there absolutely would be that vibe. The thing is, having like a race or a species as a player option for them wouldn't work, because that is like, that abyssal layer is not just like deep sea. That's like, it's like a brine pool. The whole abyssal layer is supposed to be a brine pool, right? If you've seen brine pools, they are horrific. They are nightmare shit. They're at the bottom of the ocean. They're the worst thing that you can imagine. Maybe the cat ears with human ears on top is actually worse, but no, I don't want to watch an ad for Adobe Acrobat Pro. Okay, I'll watch your ad. Am I done? How long is that? A 22-second ad? Oh, let me switch my personal account. There you go. So like brine pools are these really cool, creepy places like deep in the ocean that look like this sort of like dark cloud. You can see this eel diving into the brine pools and out of it. Right? There it is. They dive, these like little pale deep sea eels. They'll like go in and out of the brine pools, and if they're in it too long, they'll just die because the salt content of the brine pools is so high that, but they like disappear into the abyssal layer. That's kind of what is happening with the abyss and the Shattered Sea. It's like a brine pool. It's a swirling, misty, awkwardly smooth, kind of creepy cloud. And so things that go into the abyss in the Shattered Sea don't come out. Nothing living has ever gone into the abyss and come out except for a giant turtle that's kind of, maybe people think is a demigod, named Rikishi the Ancient. So Rikishi the Ancient is actually on the map in the Shattered Sea because he's such a big part of the Shattered Sea. But Rikishi will go down into this like sort of cyclonic whatever into the abyss for months and pop up somewhere just randomly. And they're like, they don't know what he does down there. But he's the only thing that goes down. Any expedition or whatever, anything that falls in the abyss never comes back out. However, that's the abyss for the Shattered Sea, which isn't a water abyss. It's a sky, cloud ocean. There's an abyssal layer. Boom. What about the deep ocean, the actual deep ocean of Teleria? The depths of Teleria are an old, beyond old, ancient part of the world, unexplored, where, weirdly enough, everyone who has a long enough memory has some kind of cautionary story about the depths of the world, the dark places, the deep caves, the deepest recesses of the ocean. This is inching dangerously close to spoiler territory for the adventure, so I won't get super deep on it. But basically, one of the things that can be found in the abyss is that is where the mythological lair of the Krakens lives. Now, Krakens they're not like dragons where some people don't think they ever existed. They are an ancient enemy of the dragons of Teleria. The dragons famously hunted them. But they don't pop up that often. It's not like sailing the sea, you'll get attacked by a kraken. It's like once in a very, very rare occasion does a kraken surface, and they often don't go after boats. They'll often just like yoink a couple of whales and just bring them down or whatever, something like that, or other giant fish and stuff. The krakens don't venture out from their dark lairs that often. So something that deep in the world, if you were to have Azael that lived in the depths of the world, they would absolutely be a darkened, creepy depth anglerfish-like version of the Azael. They would naturally carry this evil smear of darkness to them, as all things in the deepest places of the world. So that would be something that would be a very, like, I wouldn't make a player option for that. It would be a narrative thing where you have, like, you could imagine there's some sort of, like, long forgotten civilization or society down there. But what happens in the deepest places of the world, if you, from a Tolarian, so you know what I'll do what I usually do. I won't tell you what's down there, but I'll tell you who you're at, depending on who you're asking. If you're asking people in the Shattered Sea what are in the depths, or Stonemark, or any of the sort of the new kingdoms, you ask them what's in the darkest places of the ocean. Depends on who you ask. Myth, sailors' tales, things like that. People know that there are, like, large fish and krakens and monsters of 1,000 eyes, things like that. If you're asking the oldest, longest lived sort of, like, elder peoples, which would be the elves and the Mithara, if you ask an elvish scholar in game what is in the deep, most abyssal regions, the darkest places, the deepest parts of the ocean, they won't be able to tell you. Because if you're at some sort of a library or whatever, those entries in books were mysteriously torn. The pages were torn from them. So you might have a sentence starting on a previous page that says something like, beneath the waves, you know, long underneath the crown of you know, ice and snow and whatnot in the northern area there, and then, like, next page is just ripped out. So any kind of example or reference to what is truly in the depths of the people that would really know the most, the elves or the Mithara, the elves, it's just gone. Whatever it is has been intentionally removed, purged from the knowledge of elves. Maybe there's a book somewhere secret in some long forgotten, hidden, reliquaried libraric tomb, and it's a very sepulchral, you know, series of tomes and compendiums of lore. But that'd be a big find. So if you go to the Ashasari libraries, schools, archives, it's all gone. More recent publications of these ancient lore books would just have the page omitted, but if you find the original oldest copies of these books, the pages are torn. The Mithara are the longest lived elders. They are the ones who have been on Teleria the longest. The elves, who have the longest recorded and best recorded history, speak of the Mithara being there when they arrived on Teleria. And if you ask the Mithara, and the Mithara are very few in number, they're very isolated, they're not that, you can't access, the Mithara are not everywhere. If you meet a Mithara, this is like you ask a Stonemark noble, what's a Mithara? They don't even think they exist. I'm like, you've never seen a Mithara, basically, in game. If you ever get a chance to meet a Mithara, and they are these, like, very tall, 9 foot tall, kind of very pale, long featured moth folk with these kind of large moth-like wings, and they have this delicacy to, like, or delicate quality to them. They have like very spindly, kind of long limbs and very thin fingers. You look like you could snap them by just, like, shaking their hand too hard. But the Mithara are almost like divine-like creatures, and they've been there forever, and no one knows anything about the Mithara, because the Mithara just don't talk about a lot of stuff. You ask the Mithara about how long do you live, they'll you know, give you a sympathetic smile as a silly question from a short-lived mortal, and they'll say something cryptic like, you know, long beyond the usefulness of the term of mortality. Does that mean you're immortal? What is truly immortal? Like, they'll be very cryptic and shit like that. But if you ask them about certain things in the world, you ask them certain questions about what, like, further down the line in the story, when Teleria returns to the realms of Eldara, and you see Eldara in the sky in the story, and you ask them what is that thing in the sky, they will flat out refuse to tell you. They'll kind of dodge and be like, oh, what a question that we've all thought of for long ages past, pondered what is the great, you know, shining silver sphere in, you know, when the sun sleeps, that is the realm is Eldara. You're like, okay, but what is it? Is it like, can you go there? And they'll be like, well, who can really go anywhere? You can close your eyes and be in a pasture. You can close your eyes and be among the stars. You're like, can I physically go there? And you're there, and if you, like, push them, eventually they will say something like, there's certain things that are questions best left unanswered. They will just refuse to tell you certain things. There's very few things that a Mithara will just flat out refuse to tell you. Even if you press, they will refuse to tell you what's in the deep places of the world. There are very few things that will evoke fear in a Mithara. That's one of them. If you ask them, you've been here forever, long before the elves, and they say, yes, we remember when our younger siblings arrived upon the world through the gate, whatever. The elves, they'll speak of this ancient, tens of thousands of year old sort of like culture and civilization of elves were ancient before the humans even had the ancient whatever. They were ancient when ancients were ancient. The Mithara were there before, and they will treat them as if they're young. And you ask the Mithara what is at the bottom of the world, you might see twinges of fear in them, twinges of mortal fear. They will not tell you what lies in the deepest places of the world, even as such to become a little emotional, which they rarely ever show emotion, like real emotion. They might even get a little cross and, say like, don't ask me such things. I won't speak of such darknesses, You're like, oh shit. So what is down there? Well, that's a giant plot spoiler for the adventure, though. I'm not going to fucking ruin for anybody. But depending on who you ask, those are the two most realistic answers you get. Well, the three. You get kind of the Tolarian, like, general knowledge. Yeah, there's krakens and shit down there. You get the elves, and that's what's just removed from them. They knew at some point in time, or maybe did, and they just got removed. And the Mithara, the people that would actually literally know, will not tell you. So, yeah, man. And they have non-tail sea creatures, bottoms like crab, shrimp, or slugs. So we tried that with the pufferfish and the sunfish and the jellyfish. But again, these are all in the category of be not afraid. So you guys, Zone of Truth, it doesn't work. Crazy. They are immune to such magics. It's unfortunate, but it's the way the Mithara are, man. Can't get around them. Nope, can't out-magic them. Can't mind trick a Mithara. For the Eldar X Star Wars crossover Jedi. They're like Twi'darians. Mind tricks don't work on them. Love a good bit of intrigue in D&D campaign world. Well, yeah, it's necessary. Narrative payoffs are necessary. What's the point in chasing stories if I'm just going to tell you guys whatever story is going to be on stream? And I used to like be beholden to that when people would like whine at me exceptionally. I would like sort of give in and try and defend all my ideas and stuff and like really flesh them out. But after a certain point, I realized that just isn't productive. There's no need to do that. So, yeah, man. Go find out. Go play a Realms of Eldara game. Go play the adventure. What's in the abyss, man? Holy. Wait, an abyssal that can speak? Abyssals can't speak? What is this demonic possession of an already fell creature? Call the paladins, or whoever's going to cleanse it. I don't know. What if I say please? You can say please very nicely, and they will pat you on the head, give you a little kiss on the top of you, just right there, mwah, and then call you a good boy, and then send you home. That's what they'll do. Yeah, that's what they'll do. It's tough, man. The Mithara are always very kind and gentle, but they generally refer to... they kind of treat everyone sort of like their kids. So, they're a little tough. They're a little tough to get around. You can't bully Mithara into doing anything. The Mithara have been warred against. They have been enslaved and subjugated. They have been torn asunder, and they have never sort of betrayed the Mithara are almost this like strange, like no one really knows what their fucking deal is. A lot of people think the Mithara, like in Tolaria, if you ask certain scholars or whatever what the Mithara, like what their deal is, there's a lot of people that think that they're somewhat like divine figures, that they're like kind of the equivalent of what you think of like an angel would be. But depending on who you ask, they're also just very long-lived moth people, so there's that. feel like the captain of the ship had at the beginning of the fifth element when the fireball came at them. Dude. You got it. You got it. Exactly. Bro, did they ever explain what that thing was? Or if they pleased with Wish, the spell alters and reshapes reality? Wish doesn't work in Teleria. Wish has no power and is not a spell that exists in the realms of Eldara. Now, if you're playing a homebrew game and you want to cast Wish or whatever, sorry, homebrew. Sorry, if you're playing without homebrew rules and you're playing just like standard D&D and you cast Wish and your DM wants to indulge that, that's fine. But I have no intention of Wish being something that like the ability to wish, I think, is magic that's way too narratively problematic for writing into Eldara lore. Wish is something that I cast out from D&D rules and I spit on it for its absolute uselessness and problematic narrative. Wish, for such powerful magics to be so easily accessible, and yeah, oh, but it's like a level 30 fucking 5 spell, Evan. I don't care. Oh, but you need to have like jewels equal to the value of every person's like social insurance number. I don't care. There is no wish spell in Teleria, and there's no extra dimensional space. Both of those things can get bent as far as I'm concerned. You want to wish something into reality in a Realms of Eldara campaign? Well, I mean, you do whatever you want in your homebrew version of Eldara, dog. Like, it's your world. If you want to wish an answer into reality and your DM's like cool with it, go for it, dog. I don't fucking care. It doesn't affect my world building. But from an Evanblur art perspective of the story that I'm writing for the Realms, there are so many things from D&D that don't fit into a good story and a good narrative, in my opinion. So there's so many things that happen or come with the magics of D&D that just don't apply whatsoever. Like, there's no, what's the, like, beseech the god for some shit stuff? Like, that's not something that you can do in proper, like, canonical Eldara. Remember, on the table of Eldara versus D&D, Eldara is its own, it like, Eldara, and by extension, we're currently playing on Teleria. This is the point, is creating a fantasy place where we can sort of like tell stories and stuff. D&D is my favorite game, and it is a tool that will inspire adventures. Okay? D&D is a tool that I use to inspire adventures. So D&D is a great way to tell stories and explore the world, because we can use D&D to flesh out and to build the Realms of Eldara. At any point in time, if there is a rule that happens in D&D, so let's just say gods, as interactable, or as intervening, these gods, if there's ever an idea that is a D&D idea that does not compute with Eldara, that idea is going to get ripped away. So anything that happens in D&D that you're used to happening in D&D, you're like, warlocks, love the warlock class. The warlock doesn't exist in the way that you'd want it to. There's no beings or spirits of great power that command that much magic that can make you a warlock of them, that'll allow you to get to the powers that you should sort of want with other sort of magic classes. So it just doesn't exist, right? I'm not ever gonna compromise my sort of story, my world building. I'm not gonna compromise it with a bad idea just because it exists in D&D. And that, like, is very weird. And if you play that, you like want to put your warlock into D&D, into your Eldara game, like, absolutely. You want to be the warlock? Like, fucking go for it, dude. I completely support that. That's rad. Tell me the story of how you're a warlock in D&D in Eldara. That's really cool. I want to hear about how you do that. In a world where there's no warlocks, you're the warlock? Like, what the fuck? Okay, that's rad as hell, dude. But when I create the rule, exceptions are for the players, not for me. I'm supposed to create the rule. You're supposed to create the exceptions. So, warlocks are too problematic How's Warlock a bad idea? Warlock is a bad idea because of the power scale that it requires to have to narratively work. So you have to have beings of great power that are in some ways willing to act upon the world by gifting their powers in a way that a warlock could compete with people who are using the natural flows of magic, which would mean that they are sort of in some ways above or equal to the powers that you can sort of access with the natural flows of magic. So a warlock, for instance, you could just have you could have a warlock in theory. You have a being of greater power giving their power to a younger, smaller version of them, a mini-me. But that would cap out pretty quickly. It's like you have a level 5, you have a warlock, you have like a level 6 or something, like, I don't know, archdemon or some shit, giving you powers so that you can also be level 5. But you're kind of stuck at that point in time. And so the conjurer, the magi style sorcerer wizard class, or the astral sage, or the divine caster or nature caster kind of like caps out at the power of whatever these natural forces are. The warlock requires individual. It requires that power to, just like gods, to be shaped around something with intentionality that's interactable. And I always think that that's kind of an overdone thing in fantasy that's not really useful to telling good stories. So we even see that in like a lot of myth and legend, and even like Tolkien agreed with me on that one. So I'm completely fine with like D&D players being confused. And if you want to put gods in your version of Eldara, like, I'm going to stop you, but I'm also not going to put an idea that I think is a bad idea into the canon lore. Is Eldara actually playable? So the first adventure is in the Discord right now. Yes. So yes, Eldara is actually playable right now. The first adventure is in beta in the Discord. I'm hoping to have it fully released this month. And I'm going to do a proper formal whatever publication thingy for it. It's going to be rad. So you can play the first adventure in Eldara. After the first adventure, I'm going to build a mini campaign guide and then expand it out so that there's actually a proper campaign guide, so you can play a non-linear adventure. You can just kind of create the world, kind of like a, maybe sort of like what Mercer did with the Exandria book. I haven't read it, but it sounds like people say it's a similar type thing. So yeah. Well, clerics and paladins then, because they're kind of basically warlocks. No, I mean, clerics and paladins, you're not interacting with a singular impressionable power source. You're interacting with you can translate a cleric or a paladin over because they're interacting with some sort of divinity, some sort of like general light, sort of like in like Warcraft. You think about paladins, they're paladins of light. They're not a paladin of Pel or a Bahamut or whatever. The light can kind of be, and so you could think of warlocks, if you want to take a warlock and think of them as like they're interacting with like sort of their casters and conjurers of the eldritch, the void, things like that. If those are powers that are sort of accessible in Teleria, you could definitely think about it like that. The problem is that a warlock, what's built so much and so strongly into the class fantasy, is interacting with the presence of your sort of patron. And that doesn't happen with you can take that away from paladins and clerics and remove the whole idea of divine intervention easier than you can separate it from warlocks. Again, if you want to be a warlock or a paladin that deals with a god and you want to have the gods be interactable in your version of the game, like, okay, cool, man. I don't care. You don't got to argue me about it. You can do whatever you want. But ultimately, I have to make better decisions for Eldara that are long run built for the game to be, you know. So the gods just not do anything instead of round useless or non-exist. Well, yeah, I mean, so if you ask, like the elves have their pantheon, the humans have their pantheon, the dwarves have their pantheon, the Azael have their pantheon. Some of them don't. Mithara carry no pantheon. You ask them who the gods are, they say, what gods? You know. So it depends on who you're asking. But no, the idea of interactable, like once you have interactable gods in a fantasy world, you're kind of in their playground. You're getting more into that kind of like Greek myth style of things, which a lot of fantasy does, and a lot of fantasy does very well. It's just kind of tired to me. You know, I think that you lose a lot of the mysticism and mystery within the world when you have an interactable god and you're just a pawn. Is that your latest cursed entities? Did you just break TTS again? Did you just break TTS again? I didn't touch it. Oh my god. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed, entities. That's all right. Okay. Thanks for the bits, dude. I appreciate it. Even if you're gonna destroy TTS for the rest of the day. You know, hey, we probably deserved it. So thanks, man. Not arguing, just asking for clarification. No. I'm just talking about the theoretical sort of like when if somebody wants to play in a warlock, I'm not going to argue with them over it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. A lot of your takes have been like in old D&D, so this is part of where I'm confused. No. No. That's completely a mischaracterization. A lot of my takes that have to do with gameplay are old D&D style stories. The narrative stuff, nothing to do with old D&D whatsoever. Narratively, we're wiping that out. These two things, the gameplay style of old D&D, of what you do in your game, is one path, the sort of gameplay. The narrative never crosses over with old D&D, because old D&D has all the same shit in it. Narratively, D&D is really close. It's one of the reasons why people like the progression of sort of D&D over the years, because there are common starting points. Narratively, a lot of people's first adventure was like killing goblins in a mine, or kobolds in a tower, or necromancers in a graveyard, things like that. So narratively, D&D has always had this kind of world and rules as tied to it. Narratively, the old D&D is only, when I reference D&D, nah man, I'm just talking about old D&D as far as the less sort of theatrical, less sort of dramatic kind of like storytelling that we get. And when I'm talking about old D&D, it's actually also not like all the way back, because as you go further back, D&D becomes more and more of a war game and less narrative. As you get further in time, it becomes less and less of a war game, more and more narrative. So it's like, I'm talking about sort of kind of middle ages of D&D. Yes. Will you stop drinking the stream? Okay. Thanks for the Beds Entities. I appreciate that. Want to make my homebrew world very compatible with the standards in Faerun, so players can reasonably choose the features they want. And I went from only 5 gods to 13 present. Sure, I think that's a better way to do it. Honestly, if you're making if D&D is a long-term goal, a D&D Ventures is the long-term goal of your world. I think it's very important to make it compatible with Forgotten Realms, Faerun, Eberron, whatever you want to do. But the thing is that I'm thinking about Eldara way more. Like I'm thinking about Eldara 40 years into the future. And I suspect that the Realms of Eldara will outgrow D&D as a game and as a brand at some point in time. That's what I'm planning on. And there's like a weird mixture. Some people really like that. They're like, oh, you should always be ambitious and have big dreams and stuff. Until you actually do, and someone's just like, oh, you think that your thing will outgrow D&D? Like, yeah, probably, if I'm doing it right. So yeah, and so I don't want to like create something that I think has a lot of the tropes that we sort of like really love sitting in D&D. But to me, like, the problem with modern fantasy is it's so self-referential. And so if you make something that sort of fits into the status quo of D&D, I think you're in some ways automatically doing something that's going to hit maybe beloved mediocrity at most. So, but there's a lot of people that feel very strongly that that's not the case, you know, and that's totally fine. So I don't know. I need to get new water though. I realized that when fucking entities drowned on the stream. All right, please don't curse the stream so that I need to bring fucking sage bushels while I'm gone. When I'm getting new water, you better not detonate the fucking, right? I'm watching you. Yo, is it weirdly like printer in here? Oh, it's because there's a new printer. My room is a chaos, by the way. Did we just summon the great old one? What? Okay. Be not afraid. Wait, where's the hold on. Be not afraid. All right, that's okay. Cool. Thanks for the bits, entities. Yeah, that's. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, dude. Thanks for that. Goddamn. Yeah, I'm. What the fuck? Bro, you can't summon the Great Old One. I swear to God, if you guys try and summon the Great Old One to the Guild Hall again, I'm gonna get mad. Okay, last time you summoned the Great Old One to the Guild Hall, do you know how many paper, like, do you know how much we spent on paper towel? Do you know? No, of course you don't, because I'm the one that goes to D&D Costco. You think when we go to D&D Costco that we have all you just want Oreos and the big tubs of double bubble. Look, all right. All right, fair enough. Okay, I'm a lesson. Thanks, 100 bits. Yep. All right. All right. I kind of want to see if we can do some like flower-like designs here. So that's my ideas. I realize I'm not doing much. I'm yapping. I'm not arting. I gotta get this done today. We have a couple more days before I need to deliver this thing to Sabine, or else Sabine's gonna un-VIP herself and cancel her EBA sub, and then go play Daggerheart or whatever you do. I don't know, man. I don't know. Making space a bit more cozy. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thanks. I do think that the like the Fey kind of ancestry for Azael, the wing type things, is like actually not a terrible idea. Right?
Yeah, when I refer to old D and U, I assume you are talking like 3.0.
Yeah, well, around there, yeah. That's for like gameplay stuff.
Cause paladin and clerics even then were specific god-focused, a singular divine entity, and the aspects it controls. Which is why I was confused on.
Oh, yeah, that's sure. That's still narrative. Yeah, that's still narrative though. So I'm not worried about that.
Sorry. Beep.
Thank you, editors. Thank you, Azael, for the 100 bits. Okay. Did you break TTS again? Bro, I'm so impressed and confused. The god feels there can't be warlocks, so they're a singular external power source, and there can't be paladins or clerics either, specifically if gods can't be interacted with or communicated in any way. But there's no but I already explained this. There's no requirement for paladins and clerics to be specifically connected to a god. They can be connected to a power source, right? But like I said earlier, the idea of a warlock patron is far more patrons are far more interactable than gods. In like even in modern like ish D&D. So the idea of you calling up your patron and being like, hey, Beelza, whatever. Hey, how about you let my will go because I don't like Mizora anymore and I'm done playing your game and whatever. You can do that with warlocks. If you try as a cleric and you're like, yo, Pelor, hello. There's like less of access, and that's kind of built into the class fantasy too, which is why the warlocks are a little too, they kind of push over the edge there. So that's the difference. That is why they are more interactable, I think. Again, you can still play a warlock. If you don't play a warlock, bro, hey man, don't let me stop you with your warlockian your warlockian dreams. I would never think to try and stand in between a warlock and their patron. But narratively for Eldar, it doesn't work, unfortunately. Yep. They got the wrong vibes, man. I'm like the old man for Emperor's New Groove, telling people to beware of the vibes. Beware of the vibes. They got the wrong vibes. And isn't life 90% just vibes? Maybe we'll do some like longer... I wonder if we treat some of the Finns similarly with jewels and stuff. A Toa Nuva stone. Well, then we'd be, I think that's a Bionicle thing. Then we'd be in the realm of Bionicle. And, oof. Dude, I didn't realize, I've been kind of like a little bit getting back into looking at the Lego scene. And I'm a little, like, fearful of the like, I didn't know that Bionicle had this like secret like reputation. I had no idea that Bionicle had a secret reputation. You got some weirdos in there, man. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, don't Google it. You're welcome. But I'm... swear to God, those lawnmowers.
Hey Evan.
Yes, that's me.
Guess what?
Oh God.
Pew.
Okay. Did you break TTS again? Balls get overstated how much interaction warlocks even have their patrons. Like you can communicate them necessarily outside of. Yeah, I think the more like in Critical Role they sort of did that well with the great old one being more like ethereal. Isn't any different from the gods, but I feel like gods interfere or pester you more when you're chosen or someone channeling your power. Maybe in the stories you've read or the narratives that you have, but nah, I'm trusting my intuition on this one. I'm trusting my gut on it.
How exciting.
Yo, Lambent Mara, thanks for the raid. Hello. How you doing? Thanks for the raid. Welcome into the stream. What's up? Hope your stream is good. Welcome in. Good to have all y'alls. Yo, go drop a follow and say what's up. Sark, welcome in. Good to see ya. Man the walls, bar the gates. Raiders are coming. Oh no. Listen, they can have it. They can have the guild hall as far as I'm concerned. Y'all can take it. I'm done with it. Alright? I had to clean up some eldritch rituals in the guild basement. If y'all are here to raid and steal the guild hall from me, to plunder it, you know what? You can have it. You can have it. Yep. I don't care. It's all yours. What did y'all get up to on stream today? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. And thank you again for the raid, man. It's not a cult. Whatever this TTS is, I swear to God, if it says it's a cult.
Please join for our chant of peace.
I said it wasn't a cult, entities. Actually, no, wait, it is this month. Fuck, I can't say that. I can't say it's not a cult this month. Okay, never mind. It is a cult. Thank you, 100 bits. Please pay no mind to the cultists. If you raid and you steal the guild hall, then you have to deal with the cultists. They're your problem now, and all they want, like, you can keep the cultists in the guild in check if you have enough quantity of animal crackers, basically. More or less, you're good. So, I sound like an old telephone. They're socially acceptable religions. No, it's different. You guys are way weirder. You played Illusion of Gaia and now wanted to raid someone, but haven't had anyone I could raid, so I found your channel and raided you because of D&D and art reasons. Dude, I'm so honored. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Guys, go drop our new friend Mara a follow. Go say what's up. Go be nice to our new friends, yo. Well, I appreciate the raid. I will have to skulk through and see what your stream is like today, because I like knowing, man. I like snooping, all right? I like making friends, all right? Leave me alone. What are you working on? Get us some speed. Okay, so if you guys are new here, you don't know what I'm all about. So my name is Evan, and I draw art for my own, mostly for my own D&D adventure that I'm publishing. So I'm doing all kinds of nonsense. Today we're doing a piece of concept work for the Azael. So these are going to be playable, sort of like merfolk style people. So I only have one like kind of concept sketch of the Azael like right now, but somebody in my community actually commissioned me, bought a commission slot to have me do expanded sort of work on the Azael. So we're doing a bunch of concept art, and I do all kinds of dumb stuff for my world, whether it is art of items and paintings, and if we're drawing painting dragons and stuff and whatever. It's all, for the most part, unless I'm doing a commission for somebody else, all the art I do is for my own D&D adventure. So yeah, man, painting all kinds of stuff, sketching all kinds of nonsense. Don't listen to the cultists, okay? They're just again, here, animal cracker to you, okay? Yeah, Salesian gets it. Yeah, all right. You create your own D&D sources? Yeah, so I use D&D as a tool to world build with, and most of the stuff that I'm doing is narrative and mechanical. I have one class that I've built. That's most the end of like the mechanics that I do. I use a lot of D&D's mechanics because I like the game. But yeah, the adventure should be out. What the hell? What did I just do? The adventure should be out pretty soon, but that's my jam. When I say nonsense, I mean it. What the hell, Photoshop? Bro. Entities definitely just cursed the stream. Whatever that was. You don't believe me? I see it. See the hair concepts? Oh yeah, we did a whole bunch of like hair concepts and shit for them. So anything you need for your Azael to create your Azael character, I want to do like a whole kind of like mini art book in the back of each one of the like new classes or new races and species, things like that. I want to do all that. What the work for Quincy? Well, that's like what I said, it's commission work. Anything that I do, like so that's the stuff for Quincy is not in Eldara, obviously. That's for his world, for Book of the Lost Bard. So yeah. there is that too, Salesian, I guess. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. What's up, Atari? What's going on, man? Love the tail designs though. Appreciate that. Thank you. Generally speaking, they don't pact with gods, godlike deities. Great old one to be some of them only things on DD level, but DMs can ignore that if they want. Yeah, I just think that my intuition is that whenever you have powers that are sort of like, whenever you have entities of extreme power and they're able to wield and command that power, it kind of, in some cases, I think it really neuters the narrative. So it really blunts the edge of what your character can do. You know, if Gandalf and Sauron, like if Gandalf and the other Maiar, or even if the Valar made themselves present in Middle Earth during the War of the Ring, it's kind of like, what does Aragorn and Legolas and Frodo do? If Eru Ilúvatar just picks the ring up and then just plops it in Mount Doom, which theoretically a creator deity could do, what's the point of mortal action? And so I know a lot of people disagree with me on this, and that's fine. I'm happy to be the odd one out on this, but I think that when you have interactable beings of extreme and immense power, it makes the actions of mortals far less important. That's like some Dynasty Warriors shit, right? You know, you have like everyone in your campaign just a Sauron wielder of the like Lord of the Rings, wielder of the mace of whatever, cleaving through people, and if he can't ever be cut down by whatever. So that's why I don't think things in D&D that don't work in Eldara, anything that interacts with higher powers, so deities, warlocks, whatever, like clerics and paladins, these are wielders of light, but also those are a bit antiquated terms and don't really fit. Like, one thing I'm not even sure if is a useful term is the idea of wizards versus sorcerers. I think arcane conjurers is like, it's like I might, for Eldara lore's sake, you can mechanically play a wizard or a sorcerer mechanics wise in Eldara. If you're trying to play a canon game, you are an arcanocrafter of some wording, magi, something like that. There's no social difference between that. You're not a wizard. Oh, I'm a sorcerer. I'm from a sorcerer order. You're from a wizard order. Bloodlines versus academics. It's kind of a merge of both. You're sort of smashing them both together. And that's also very rare. So there's lots of things in D&D that don't really apply to Eldara being built as a world to sort of tell sort of like mythic stories in. So D&D, the more and further along I get in Eldara's development, the more things that kind of butt heads against Eldara. Like when I say there's no beholders in Eldara, people are like, okay, fair enough. That's a Wizard of the Coast thing that they own. You can't have beholders in Eldara. I get it. But I'm also like, yeah, and I don't think that like the classes of D&D necessarily really fit into the kind of fantasy I'm trying to build. Like imagine trying to fit D&D classes into Mistborn. Doesn't work. And sometimes the disconnect there of what I'm trying to do, I'm using D&D as a tool that plugs into that. I know when people play D&D in Eldara and they play their own version of the campaigns, they will take all the D&D stuff that they love with D&D and shove it into the world. That's fine. I totally accept that's going to happen. I'm happy for it and I want to hear those stories. But when I'm trying to create this like larger sort of thing, it's like I'm trying to create Lord of the Rings and I'm not going to stuff D&D like ideas into Lord of the Rings. You know what I mean? So that's when it kind of like is a little bit different. That's why intractable deities to me, intractable gods is kind of like then you get like Zeus shit where he's just like, I don't know, I feel like it's a Thursday and I'm itchy on my left like ass cheek, so I'm going to smite this village. And you're like, what do we as mortals do? But in my opinion, thanks for the Prime, Mara. I'm honored. Thank you for considering me your Prime option this month. I appreciate that. I've always thought that the charm of a lot of stories like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, these things, these stories of modern epic tales that really do a lot like of sort of like kind of soul searching for people where they really kind of think about things like morality and experience and all that kind of thing. A lot of these stories that really resonate are often something where the mortal soul is able to make a difference. Right? And so I've always found that Pantheon's kind of like, you know, like in Baldur's Gate where you're like, oh, why don't, or like if the reason why the gods don't interact with the world is some kind of like pact, whatever reason that they decided not to, it's like, that's a good reason, but also like I've kind of heard that in every single fantasy. That's like the Deus Ex Machina. That's the thing that we all like kind of apply to our gods to make it so the mortals can still have, I don't know, agency or whatever. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't like beings of immense power. There are like great spirits of power and entities and powerful mortals and things like that in the world, and also mystical powers that people poorly understand. I think that's necessary for good storytelling in a fantasy world. But the idea of like, you know, I'm a cleric and I'm going to divinely intervene here, and my god Saloon is going to come down and like log off of fucking Twitter beefing with Shar, and she's going to, you know, I don't know, start her only moons or whatever, and that's going to make me all the wealth in the world. And then I'm going to be a mod for Saloon in her Twitch streams. And then that's what I'm going to do, is go on Reddit with earning extra clout because my streamer's bigger than your streamer that I mod for. If that's your jam for divine intervention as a cleric, that's fine. That doesn't really fit into, I think, into the kind of fantasy that I'm trying to eventually gather to. There's like I won't go super deep because I could monologue about this for 3 hours. I don't think anyone would care about it. I've been rethinking so many things for fantasy that I think are commonly accepted tropes. Like, here's one that's not gonna be popular. I think adventurers guilds are actually kind of lazy. I think they're a narrative element to facilitate the narrative gameplay of Dungeons and Dragons, but I don't think an adventurers guild has any place in a serious fantasy world. Like, imagine an adventurers guild in Lord of the Rings. What are you? I'm an adventurer. Like, no, you're not. Shut up. The Council of Rivendell was like the captain of Gondor and a royal prince of the fucking elves, and like, you know, an angel descended as an old man while the ancient warriors of Elfkind oversee this thing, and the, you know, the ranger who is the secret king of whatever. Like, there's not adventurers. It's not like it's a profession. That's like a very like RPG type thing. And it's like, sometimes I think about that, like how much of the RPG idea seeps into the narrative of fantasy. And it's like, is that why fantasy all feels the same these days? Is because of RPGs in the fantasy setting, and we have to have certain things. It's like, well, you can't not have Adventurers Guild in your D&D adventure. Where would you go to adventure? It's like, I don't know. You get pulled out from your ass up onto some epic quest. There's a lot of things, and I'm not saying that I'm going to remove adventurers guilds from Teleria, but it's just a thing to think about that I've been really diving into and trying to like question. Like, dude, I'm questioning everything when it comes to Eldara and like what a modern fantasy is like. I don't know, man. That's why the Paladins at my table has a femme Loki on his Patreon, and she bullies him on almost daily basis because his basic gods rules are boring. That's Sark? Okay, cool. Yeah, got it. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of stuff that like, if you want to create basically a work that is sort of perceived as the next Lord of the Rings, the next Star Wars, I think you need to do something that's vastly different. And so it's almost like anytime there's an existing mold, I think it's very dangerous to fit anything you have as an idea into that mold. Because that mold, by definition, is mediocrity. And if everything you do fits into the molds like very nicely, then you get mediocrity. And mediocrity is comfortable, though. It's not bad. Mediocrity is not bad. Like Baldur's Gate, incredibly mediocre world building, right? But it's a great game. It's one of my favorite games, maybe my favorite RPG of all time. But it's so safe and predictable and boring. And like Tolkien talks about this in the Silmarillion, where he says that the Fae is repetitive. Or like the Fae in Arthurian legend is repetitive. And I was like, fuck, man. That's so much of modern fantasy. It's just repetitive. It's like expectation. It's like you're not even talking. You know what it's like? It's predictable, and it's like talking to an LLM, as opposed to an actual interesting like real organic conversation. But like, again, I could monologue this for 3 hours, and that's fucking so. I don't know. Welcome back, C. What's up, dude? Good to have you, man. How you doing? Adventuring is basically a combination of bounty hunting and grave robbing. I think that like if you want the idea of a guild where you have adventurers to collect sort of tasks to go about the world doing, I think some kind of a mercenary guild or mercenary company is a better idea. Now, for Teleria, am I going to do that? The thing about Eldara that I think is something I'm always trying to remember is that Teleria's one realm in the realms of Eldara. I have room to put... I've got 23 known realms of Eldara, and only like 4 are named. I can build my Lord of the Rings mythological story. I can build my Dark Souls fantasy whatever. I can build my Lonely Breath of the Wild kind of vibes. I can do all that. Teleria can feel a little bit more convenient RPG MMOE. That's fine. That's totally fine. I'm not going to be butthurt about that. And then if people say like, oh, well, why can't there be adventures guilds in the new story that you wrote about something that happens on a different world in Eldara? In Teleria, there's adventures guilds. It's very easy to say, well, that's Teleria, man. Shit didn't culturally come over to wherever. There's not the need for a profession for an adventurer, you know? So it's like, I don't know. I'm trying to trust my gut on this one because I have a deep intuition that there's something missing from fantasy that I don't know what it is, and I don't trust anybody who say they know what it is. Because I think that if we really knew what was missing and what was like redundant about it, that we'd be doing interesting shit in fantasy. But yeah, like everything's predictable. Now, you're never like delighted with the novelty of something being completely new. Certain things have like novelty, like people love the magic system in Mistborn. But Brandon Sanderson is as prolific and as much as the best probably fantasy writer we have of the modern age. He still isn't redefining the genre, which I mean, you don't have to. You can just make a very good entry into like, who the fuck has to redefine the genre? Like, what the hell? Who cares about that shit? And nor should anybody care about that. But I think it's a worthwhile quest as a creative. It's something that I want to take on as an attempt. Now, is it an attempt that I will succeed at? Likely not, because there's been tens of thousands, phalanxes, the armies of Xerxes worth of artists and narrative creatives before me that have tried and failed, clearly. But I still think it's worth trying. I still think it's worth trying, so. You should have mercenary bands? Yeah, for sure. We can all get together and create something truly special there before seeing. We can call it Rebel Moon or something unpredictable like that. What the fuck is Rebel Moon? That sounds familiar. What is Rebel Moon? Wait. That's a Star Wars thing, isn't it? Atari. Yeah, I don't know, man.
I'm going to ruffle a lot of feathers with some of the things that I discard from fantasy that are like beloved things, but that's okay. Because if everything I'm doing is like, oh yes, Adventurers Guilds, nod. Oh yes, Deities, nod. Clerics, nod.
Because I had to rewatch a bit due to ads, but did I go to church? Because this man is preaching. Also mandatory cultist.
Oh, I swear to God, if you guys summon the ancient old one, we don't have any more paper towels in the guild hall. We're all out, man. How are we gonna clean up after? Okay, you know what? Fine. Sorry. Thanks 100 bits, dude. I appreciate that. Yes, unfortunately, you are culting correctly, okay? You are culting exactly incorrectly, so. It's a Star Wars ripoff. Ah, yes, okay. I see. Someone I think breaks the norm that's is a very unique setting. Stormlight does a lot of things that are interesting. I don't know if it's as innovative as is required to accomplish what I think the next great work of fantasy can do. I don't think it is redefining the genre in the way that Star Wars redefined fantasy, or sorry, science fiction, or the way Tolkien redefined fantasy, although there wasn't much to redefine at that point in time. You know what I mean? Like, Stormlight is really good, and to be fair, I haven't read the entire thing. I've only read part of book 1. Way of Kings, but I get the sense that Sanderson is a master of sort of crafting and molding and building something entirely new within the current established norm of fantasy, and I'm kind of thinking about playing an entirely different game. You know what I mean? Thank you, entities. I appreciate it. Thanks for 100 bits, man. Thank you especially this month while we're attempting to desperately make up for that $2,000 printer right there. So, yeah, thanks, Dodd. So, yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, very kind of you. Oh, appreciate it. Thank you. All bits this month will go towards me feeling less terrified over having taken a giant leap into making my own prints the way I want to. Oh my god, what if it doesn't work out? What if the people don't like it? You know what? Not gonna worry about that. We're not gonna worry about that. Of course it'll be fine. Well, I'm gonna go to Edmonton Expo and I'm gonna bring the big prints and someone will like them, right? That's of course gonna happen. Right? Oops, that's the wrong symmetry tool. That is the wrong one, my friend. There we go. Yeah, we got it in the right spot. Some of these tail designs, man, they're kind of rad. I don't know if there's gonna be any difference between male and female, like, tails. Like, fish don't typically have, like, a difference in, like, masculine, feminine trait tails or something, do they? It's not a thing that you would, like, they're evolutions. Except for, well, to be honest, except for things like bettas that have the more showy, elaborate tails on males, even. But I don't think I need to do, like, a male-female... It's gonna do, like, generic merfolk tail guide, and people can just yoink whatever ideas they want or create their own. I hope people get crazy with them and create their own. You know, canonically, these are like similar ones that you're going to find in the world, but they're so different, unique to the identity of the individual Azael, so... I was honestly would have bought something because that slideshow on the left, one is a banger after another. Dude, I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, yesterday I just bought a new printer that lets me build, like, make 17 by whatever feet or inches prints that I want. So on my print store, I have 8.5 by 11s and 13 by 19s. That was the largest that I could print up until today. Well, I guess I can't print them today because I don't have my paper. I don't have the spool paper in. But now that I have my bigger, like serious big boy printer, I can print much bigger. I can print like 17 by 30 inch prints. And I don't know if anyone will actually like them at conventions, because these aren't also like just casual poster prints. There's giclée, fine art, you know, big prints. And whenever people get into that sort of fine art print side of things, prints get into the hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And even if I don't go that far because I'm making them myself, I'd still have to price them pretty expensive, because like the material cost is a lot. The paper itself is super expensive. So it's like, is anyone going to buy a 15 inch by or 17 inch by 30 inch version of this print for like $100? I don't know. Whenever I go to conventions, people already tell me that they want fan art. And so that's fine, by the way. I mean, I have stories of people being at conventions. The one story I always go back to is this girl that was like looking at my stuff before, like right when the convention opened on day 2 or whatever. And she was like, wow, you're so good at art. I'm like, oh, geez, thank you so much. And she's like, yeah, but this is like, what's this all from? And I'm like, oh, it's my like own adventure, my D&D world, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, wow, so you're so good though. I don't get it. Why don't you make art that anyone cares about? And like, she means to say, why don't you make art that like is the people want to buy at conventions, like IP stuff, like fan art. And I just don't do fan art, you know, for sale. So I like, it's funny because there was another lady who's right beside. She was like, oh, I can't believe she said that. But the girl just kind of like walks away, like kind of like oblivious. Like she's like, okay, thanks, bye. It's like she didn't catch that like the word. It's like she meant something else. She just the words, and so I'm not mad at her. Whatever. It's more funny than anything else. But that to me perfectly illustrates the thing with conventions. Now I go to conventions because my wife has a dice business that she brings to conventions, and so I'm there anyway. May as well buy a second table and plop me down beside it, and I can, you know, say hi to people from the stream and stuff. And it's really fun, and sell some prints. But it's like she was right. People always are like, "Wow, this is great," but I want art from Free Ren, and you're like, "Okay, I'm sorry, man," or something like that. So I don't know if anyone was going to want to buy, first, one, a very expensive fine art print, and two, of art that's not of something that they know or care about. That, like, I don't know if, like, the dragons, like, dragons do well, actually. These prints I sell a lot of at conventions. It's like, is anyone going to want to pay for the much larger version of the dragon? That's the fine art, whatever version, blah, 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 numbered, serialized, something or another, who asked? And it's like, I don't know. Likely not. But I still got the printer so I can make them, because it's the way I want to take my art seriously, you know? They have tail piercing or decorative elements to match their chandelier vibes. You know what, Vixen, that's it. So I'm really glad you mentioned that, because one of the things that I imagined is that they would have sort of like, kind of like maybe, oh God, how to describe it? Like sort of like chain kind of like adornments and like fancy, you know, flowy kind of jewelry that they would wear with like big gems and things like that on them. And they might have that kind of thing around their tails or whatever. Piercings, I don't know, because I feel like the piercing, I would think that tails would rip or shred or tear too easily if you did that. But like jewels worn around the body, that was absolutely a vibe that I wanted to add in there. So I'm glad you reminded me of that. Like all the creatures on Roshar are crustaceans. The landscape is adaptable, perpetual super hurricane that revolves around the world. There are also no elves. Dwarves, magic has a specific definition. The way it functions. Spren are a twist on spirits, and how gods affect the world is a lot different than you find Lord of the Rings of more traditional fantasy. Yeah, I mean, that's like there's just an intuition I have that it's just too familiar. I'm following a feeling that's not going to make sense. And it barely makes sense to me. But I'm following it anyway. It's a dissatisfaction. So her brain was thinking one thing, her mouth said a different way. That's absolutely what happened, but it was hilarious, Azaelia, when she said it. So would hang something like the Shattered She Shrine or the Beacon of Value pieces on your website by my TV. Really? Oh shit, dude. That means a lot. Seriously, thank you. Shit, dude. It means a lot to me. Well, yeah, I know a lot of people won't care about the bigger, fancier version of the prints, but I do. And the more seriously I take my work, the better work I do, I think. So Yeah. And then I can do better stuff for Patreon, do the trading cards and stuff. So there's like other advantages of the printer besides just the large format. I just really hope people like the large format stuff. So I'm gonna do whenever the paper arrives, I'm gonna do my first sort of like limited run series of the. I'm probably gonna do in the large, because for every print I do, I'm gonna have it available as 13 by 19 or 8.5 by 11. I'm only gonna do certain prints in the super large format. So I need to do them on a different type of paper that's slightly thinner but has all the same qualities. It's like more expensive because it's still like a cold or a hot press, whatever, cotton rag, but it rolls a little bit easier. So and I ship all my prints flat, but the big ones I have to roll them, unfortunately. If I was gonna ship them flat, which I'd prefer to do, shipping would be like $80, I think, or something. So like I can't do that. I can't do unreasonably expensive $80 shipping. I already don't know if my beloved Americans will be able to buy any of my prints because the tariffs. I mean, they can. They just might have to pay. No, the prints I think should be good. The prints, because they're original art, and I think the original art is exempt from tariffs. I'm pretty sure people can still buy the prints. I'm pretty sure. The cards I don't know about. I don't know about the cards specifically. I might have to create like a little secret shop entry for a pack of cards and then send it in a parcel, send it through the mail to like a mod, get a mod to buy it so it's actually a proper transaction, and see if it has a problem at the border. You know what I mean? I might have to do that. So he wants to be a guinea pig. Yeah, the shipping would be whatever. You, my dragon, I will deadass throw extra money at you to make my print larger print. I'll put that bitch up on my wall. Look, dude, if you want to, for sure. Like, I finished Dark's Daggeron. Dark's Daggeron is going to be the September Patreon print. So, where is it? Where is it? Yeah, so this is the September Patreon print, is this dragon. So that's Darks. So I might make a large version of that, but yeah, if you want yours, Azael, be somewhere along this line, because I said full painting differences. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I mean, this should scale up. So like, if you want one, sure, 100%. I'd be honored. Where did I put my water? Did I leave my water downstairs? I did. What the fuck, man? I think I left it downstairs. Okay, whatever. Whatever, I'm dumb. Don't worry about it. We're good. Okay. Weird designs. We need some weirder designs. All right. I could have just done this I could have just done this the first time. Just erased and moved the next one over. Fuck. You know what? They didn't say I was the smartest artist anybody knew. In fact, they didn't say much, but they were right regardless. Stormlight is also inspired by Asian cultures, which is different than most fantasy. Yeah, for sure. Supposed to break from the mold of normal fantasy as the series continues. You should read them. Yeah, maybe. So my wife read ahead, and she's pretty far the way through. She did the entire Cosmere in order, and she's now ending in Stormlight, or in Stormlight. And I was like, hey, so how did the later books go? And she said, you know what? I don't think Sanderson writes the kind of book you want to write, or tells the kind of story you want to tell. Because I was like, man, who's the pinnacle, the epitome of like modern fantasy? And she said to me, and I trust her opinion on a lot of this stuff. She said to me, you might be screwed because you might be another fantasy artist or fantasy basically storyteller trying to chase Tolkien. was like, fuck. Fuck. Because that's an impossible task as far as like writers and authors are considered. So, but you know what? I do want to read through it, so I'll probably read through Stormlight all the way. I'll probably skip Mistborn because I'll be honest, I don't have time to read 2 series like that. So I'll probably skip Mistborn. But Stormlight I think might be the one. I can't listen to the audiobook for Stormlight. I tried to listen to the audiobook for Stormlight and like listen to it like on the treadmill and shit when I'm doing cardio at the gym. That's how I listened to my 40K books. It was when I was at the gym doing cardio. It was awesome. But the guy who narrates the Stormlight Archive, I couldn't. Like, all the love, my friend was just a little too dry for my my requirements. A little bit too dry. That's it. I want to be respectful. Okay, it just wasn't my advantage. My vibe, my jam, my thing. Try to say it all at the same time. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to get into it, but time, man. I work like 12 to 15 hours a day, bro. Spending time doing research, reading books is like it's very useful, you'd think, and it is. But right now I am in a push mode. I've got a couple of massive projects that I don't want to like even think about trying to interject or take time away from right now. But as soon as that kind of push is done, Eldara has its first adventure fully out and published. The Prince Store is chilling, Patreon's doing its thing, coffee sketches are just whirring away. Your turn doing commissions. Yeah, I mean, I'll have a bit more time to spend on doing research, things like that. Also trying to get better at like technical skills with art. I'm not practicing much right now. I'm in pretty much just a grind and push phase. I'm not in a spending like the required 2 to 3 hours practicing a day phase for being a great artist. But I'll return to that at some point in time.
Visitors,
you know?
how exciting.
Oh shit, yo, Daily Nika, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, friends. How y'all doing? How was stream? Hello. Honored to have you guys. Seriously. Dude, yo, if you guys aren't following, go drop a follow over there. Go hit that raid link, the shout out link. And go drop a follow, yo. We'll make some friends. The chat's really dope. What's up, guys? What's up, Nils? Good to see you. Yo, and thank you, MC Shizzles, for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. They're pretty much everything Stormlight 5 times over, and I don't really get any Tolkien aspiration vibes from them, but everyone gets different things from the book. Oh, yeah, no, I don't love Michael Kramer. I'm sorry. No, but that's the thing, is that it doesn't trace that kind of fantasy lineage, and that's the kind of fantasy lineage that I'm pursuing. It's more of a modern fantasy sort of vibe, which is awesome. So, I don't know. I'll probably have to read the whole thing for myself and make up my mind on it. But right now I'm spending my research time on a lot of older stuff. So, myth and legend, and going deep on the human storytelling thing or whatever. I don't know, man. Got that grind set. Well, the stuff that I want to do, oh my god, I'm not stretching. Wait, I know better. I should be doing this. Oh god. Wrist stretches. Hold up, I gotta do my wrist stretches. I had physio yesterday for my arm and form and wrist and hand. Wow, that's so bizarre. But even after just streaming for a couple of hours, my arm, my wrist is killing me. Holy shit, dude. I think these exercises I'm doing, they all feel really dumb because they're very lightweight stabilizer muscle things. But even just doing these stretches every time I take a break, I'm really feeling the pain in it. God damn, bro. God damn. But yeah, I don't know about a grind set, Sark. It's just like what I want to accomplish is so unbelievably unobtainable that there's no way I'm going to get there unless I'm willing to put in such an unfathomable amount of work and time. That, yeah, I mean, I probably, like I told Ella basically when I started this whole thing that I was going to more or less disappear. Right? I don't know. Give me a sec. Give me a sec while I do some more cat paw extensions. This is gonna look really weird if somebody just comes into the stream and they're like, "What the fuck is this guy doing?" I'm just sitting here cat pawing. Ugh. That nerve shit. Wait, hold on. I felt something in my forearm. Or sorry, in my fingers. I got wait, hold on. I gotta do the stretch for a second. Mr. Sweet said it's very different from Tolkien. I heard the Lake Canis trilogy is really good along those vein of fantasy you're looking for. Oh, interesting. I recognize the name, but it doesn't ring too much of a bell. Yeah, I mean, I want to set the scene and set the tone for a myth, more or less. I want to. The thing I love about great fantasy is the immersive vibe of it transporting you somewhere. George Lucas talked about this with filmmaking. He called it immaculate reality. And it was an idea that came from Kurosawa films about recreating feudal Japan that he applied to Star Wars, that I think you can apply to a lot of writing or something. Ella, I have the slight carpal tunnel tingles in my hand, in my fingers. What do I do? Oh god. And yeah, and the problem with a lot of modern fantasy is it brings in too many of the modern conveniences, I think, in a lot of ways. Yeah, I'm doing my stretches right now, Nick. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. So, oof, that hurts, man. I have to do actual like formal physio for my wrist and my arm. This is so annoying. This is so annoying, dude. Who does this? Who gets injured from drawing too much? Every artist has to reconcile their art with their mortality at some point in time. Whether that's your back going out on you, your eyes messing up, or whatever. Jesus. Alright. 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 Okay. So we've got tails. We did some tails. We did some we did some hairstyles. I want to go deep on this today. So what is the next sort of thing we want to do? So if you're a player creating a character and you're creating an Azael, what things are you going to want? If I'm art directing, if I'm treating this like I'm dealing with concept artists here. I'm treating this as if I'm dealing with concept artists. What things are my concept artists going to need to know? So there's going to be a necessity of clothing, patterns, materials, weapons is a good one. Yeah. Or anything they wear, jewelry and ornamentation is very important for them. I wouldn't normally do a thing on jewelry for player options, but I think the Azael might be a unique case here. Weapons is a good one. Hair ornamentations are important for them. What else? We've got we've got fins, maybe like, wow, it's not gonna be in color. Culture, yeah, I think that's mostly the patterns and stuff. As far as art goes, because there needs to be, you're right, there needs to be a very comprehensively written sort of thing on the Azael culture. I can expand on it later, but I just want a little bit of everything. Maybe a couple pieces of art of different Azael. I really had to settle with one big illustration because I have Narya over here, but I need my like sort of like male-female kind of like character selection screen version of them. I'll probably pick something like a martial class and a caster class for them. I might use this honestly as a base for the martial class version of the Azael. And then I may have our male be like an astral sage or some sort of conjurer or whatever. So, tattoos. Ooh, good point. Tattoos and markings. I don't really think that they have any tattoos and markings like that. Most of their their individual patterns on their body are different. So, like their scales or whatever are going to be unique. That kind of patterning, though, I can show with different, like, you know, just in other pieces. I don't necessarily need to have it as a guide, I don't think. It'd get a little boring if I did. But tattoos and intentional marks made on them, carved into the flesh. Intentional marks. Would they do that? It never occurred to me that they would culturally, so I don't think so. There are, like, tattoos are a very important thing in certain cultures on Teleria. But the Azael, it never really hit me because there's already so much busyness going on with them that adding that in as a thing that all the Azael sort of sport, you could stick it in the negative space, the sort of the lighter areas of the body, but I don't know. Gemstone dragons with translucent scales and skin so you can see their organs. Oh, shit. Is that how you like your dragons, Phil? Scars of battles seen as an honor? Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I don't necessarily have any sort of like cultural trinkets that they have. Like the dragons, they more or less have a collection of coins basically that they make into jewelry that are kind of like scout badges. You know, you do something really cool and they have a coin or whatever that you can get for it. So there's that. The Azael, I don't think so. I think their jewelry is mostly ornamental. And there's not a good reason for it. It's not some deep-seated cultural reason why they like very ornamental, ornate jewelry. They're just very good at making it. So, the tail or pattern designs vary based on biomes. As in, do you have really tropical designs for warmer areas and maybe more sleek for colder areas? That's interesting. I actually really like that. The Azael are only present in one part of the world, in an area called the Shattered Sea. So there would be options for that, like different Azael that were on other sort of realms, but the ones on Teleria, they're kind of like one very small kind of collected group or whatever of Azael. They're all just kind of chilling out in one small little area on Teleria in the Shattered Sea. But I kind of like the idea of there being like a far-flung, like Arctic, you know, Azael hidden under some ice sheet or whatever. But that's not the default, so I'm not gonna bother putting that in there. You have a whole cave filled with bits and bobs that have fallen off skyships passing by. Yeah, that would make Ella happy, I guess. Dark Azael in the lower lakes. Yeah, I think that like proximity to the abyss kind of does things to everybody. So that would make sense 100%. You know, I could see that, I guess. You know what? Conceptually, I am burnt. So I'm not gonna think about it too hard. I'm not gonna force it right now. I think we did a good job today getting some ideas in here for our little merfolk, and that's probably, if my brain's kind of burnt a little bit, my arm's getting a little sore, it's probably a good place to end it. So I ended like 20 minutes early today. Not bad, man. All right, I'm gonna hop off and go like Theragun my arm for an hour and put heat on it and like stick needles in it with electricity and shit or whatever. I don't know, man. All right, guys, you can't force art. Yeah. You know, sometimes at the end of like the mental process, there's a resting point.
Now, all I'm thinking of is the cool Portuguese man of war.
Oh God. What the fuck, man? Thanks to the mermaid. Yeah, the late mermaid stream. Yeah. Exactly. All right, man. We are gonna bounce. Where's my outro? I'm gonna skedaddle real quick. So we're gonna speedrun our outro. So, outro speedrun. The prints will be available in large format whenever they're available. That's the printer right there behind the alert.
And scary.
It
and,
is.
You know, mortally wounding.
I know. That's the best part. You know, a bit, Mel. Appreciate it. He's been such a good host, man. I've enjoyed yapping, loving the art, dude. Thanks for chilling today, Scars. Yeah. Thanks for chilling, guys. Thanks Tombstone. Thanks Brooklyn. Thanks Sabine. Thanks Atari. Thanks Mel. Thanks everybody. Thanks Silesian. Y'all are amazing. I'll see you tomorrow for World Building Wednesday. Wait, that was today. Maybe we'll do more world building. I don't fucking know. Maybe we'll do World Building Wednesday today. But either way, thanks for chilling with me. I had fun. Jesus!
That one coming, did you?
You can't just chew me bits the end of stream.
Love you, Evan.
God damn it. Mel, I don't deserve it. Fuck. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's very kind. We gotta add the timer for the Orbathon tomorrow, so the bits can increase the timer. That's what we gotta do for the Orbathon. But all right, guys, have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see y'all tomorrow, same time. If you're not following for the YouTube videos, the process videos will be all there in those links. But until next time, my friends. Until next time.